Mayor, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Wow, that's loud. I hereby call the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. The meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez. She will be joining us via teleconference, so I imagine she'll log in during closed session. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Present.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
We do have 5 members. That is a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
No, there are not.
Do any council members need to announce their abstentions on closed session items? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for closed session?
We did not receive any e-comments related to the closed session agenda, nor do we have any in-person speakers. There are a few speakers on Zoom, so I will confirm if they are for closed session or if they were here for the later regular open session. So hold on, please. Eli, please unmute and let us know if your comment is for closed session only or if it's a different topic.
Elizabeth?
Elizabeth? Are you speaking on closed session, labor negotiations?
No.
No? Okay, please hold until the regular meeting begins. Thank you. Caller who number ends in 982. Caller 982.
It's not regarding closed session.
Okay, thank you. Please hold until the regular meeting begins. Louisa? Please unmute. Mayor and City Council, it does not appear that any of these speakers are for closed session, so therefore we have no public speakers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'll recess
Open
into
session?
We'll recess into closed session.
Mayor, you can go ahead whenever you're ready.
I hereby reconvene the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. Madam Clerk?
This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom for members of the public and for Councilmember Lopez. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. This is a meeting to conduct the business of the city. There's an opportunity to call for a recess or break, or even to clear the meeting room if a meeting becomes too disruptive to properly conduct business. Warnings will be provided prior to any action being taken. We appreciate your cooperation. For everyone's safety, per the fire marshal, please do not stand or place objects in the aisles, in front of the dais, along the back wall of the council chamber, or in front of any entrances and exits. During city council presentation, guests of individuals being recognized are invited to come to the front to take photos. For roll call, Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Lopez.
Present.
You please confirm if there's anyone in the room with you?
There's nobody here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Here.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
That is all 7 members present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, please make announcements.
For members of the public on Zoom or teleconference to request to speak during public comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, you must dial *9 from your phone now, or click the button labeled Raise Hand in Zoom in order to be in the speaker queue once public comments commence. This does not apply to the Housing Authority items for which comments will be heard during that specific meeting. Please hold any comments on Housing Authority items until specifically called upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Can I have CB from OCA come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. With your right hand on your heart, please repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, CB. Words of inspiration will be provided by Liz Sanchez. Please come to the podium.
My name is Liz Sanchez, minister at the Templo Calvario Church. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of our city community. Thank you for the opportunity to share a few words of inspiration with all of you guys. Tonight, I want to reflect on what it means to serve our community with love. Love in this context is not just a feeling, it's an action. It's the willingness to listen, to care, and to put the needs of others before our own. It's the quiet strength that motivates us to keep showing up even when decisions are difficult and challenges seem overwhelming at times. When we serve with love, we look beyond our differences and focus on our shared community. We remember that every person who walks through our beautiful city of Santa Ana, every neighbor, every business owner, every child has value and deserves dignity and respect. As this council meets tonight, may each discussion and decision be guided by the spirit of love, a love that seeks understanding and promotes fairness and upholds the community as a whole. Let us pray. Lord, tonight, grant our leaders wisdom, patience, and love as they serve the city of Santa Ana. May every decision tonight bring peace and progress for all. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the City Council agenda?
Yes, Mayor and Council, there is one. Item number 5, an appointment to the Community Development Commission has been withdrawn from consideration by Councilmember Fan, so that will not be present when you vote on the consent calendar.
Thank you very much. First presentation is by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, please. To Hugo, Tyler, and Nelson Vasquez.
Thank you, everybody. Hello. So today I'm honored to present to you this proclamation. I'm proud to present this proclamation to Hugo Vasquez and Tyler Nielsen with the Santa Ana Unified School District Adult Transition Program, recognizing October 2025 as the National Disability Employment Awareness Month, marking the 80th anniversary of this important national observance. The recognition began in 1945 as a week-long observance to celebrate the achievements of people with physical disabilities in the workforce. In 1988, Congress explained this recognition to include individuals with mental health conditions and other non-visible disabilities. This observance reminds us of how far we've come and how much we can do to build a workforce and society that's truly inclusive. This month is about that celebration. It's about awareness, advocacy, and action. We recognize the incredible value people with disabilities bring to our workplaces, our communities, and our economy. And we reaffirm our collective responsibility to eliminate barriers and ensure equitable access to employment opportunities. Right here in our community, the Santa Ana Unified School District's Adult Transition Program is leading by example, serving students with disabilities ages 18 to 22. ATP provides individual instruction, community-based learning, and vocational training to prepare students for adult life. The goal of this is to foster independence, build functional and social skills, and support meaningful engagement in our local workforce. Through a strong partnership with the Workability Program, students gain real work experience, receive job coaching, and are connected to inclusive employers across Santa Ana and Orange County. These programs give students the tools, confidence, and support they need to thrive, and they represent the kind of community collaboration that makes Santa Ana stronger. Let's continue to support programs like ATP and Workability and work together to create a more inclusive future for all residents of Santa Ana. Thank you to all the educators, job coaches, employers, students, and families who make this work possible. We're going to bring some of the students and teachers to give a few words. Come on.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. On behalf of the Santa Ana Unified School District's Adult Transition Program, we are honored to accept this recognition for our Urban Agricultural Vocational Project. Through this program, our students have gained valuable job skills in greenhouse work, gardening, farming, and plant production. We've been inspired by Santa Ana's urban agricultural leaders, including Crece, Salsa, and the Public Garden at Pacific Electric Park, whose work helped shape our vision.
This project would not be possible without our partners, Jason Soups from the UC South Coast Research Extension Center, Sam and Eddie from the Heritage Museum, Gospel Swamp Farm, the school gardens at Taft, Carver, Monte Vista, and Moises Palencia from the Farm to School Coordinator for SAUSD. This recognition belongs to our students, our staff, our community partners who help make learning grow in every sense. Thank you for your continued support and for celebrating our students' achievements.
All right.
Thank you. The next presentation is by Councilmember Becerra for the October 2025 Filipino American History Month. Please come on up to the front.
Good evening, everybody. If I could ask Vice Consul Levy Anthony Malele to join me in front of the dais as we recognize October as Filipino American History Month. And I'd also like Dr. Annabelle Neri, Geraldine Larson, Krista Kelly, JT Assis, and Wendy Becerra to join me up here as well. So mabuhay, everybody. So when Filipinos say mabuhay, it's the equivalent of saying aloha, which is like long live or cheers. So October is celebrated as Filipino American History Month to commemorate the first recorded presence of Filipinos in the continental United States, which was back on October 18th, 1757, when mariners under Spanish command landed in Morro Bay, California. Now, to be clear, tonight we're not celebrating we're celebrating Filipino American history, not just heritage, because heritage encompasses culture, tradition, and legacies, while history provides a more inclusive and comprehensive view, focusing on how our nation was built and changed based on the experiences of Filipino Americans. So many Filipinos, including my own Filipino grandfather, came to the United States in the early 20th century. My grandfather moved into Santa Ana on 5th Street, not too far from where Sariana's is today. Unfortunately, the house is no longer there. Later this month, on October 25th, Filipino Americans will celebrate the 112th birthday of the famous labor organizer, Larry Itliong. Larry came to the United States in 1929. Then in 1965, he was leading the AFL-CIO's Agricultural Workers Organizing Committee, or better known as AWOC, of which the majority of the committee's members were Filipinos who had arrived in the United States in the 1930s. Then on September 8th, 1965, AWOC voted to strike against grape growers in Delano, California, to pressure them into granting higher wages for their workers and better working conditions. The grape growers responded by attempting to hire Mexican farm workers to have them cross the picket lines and break the strike. Larry Itliong then reached out to Cesar Chavez of the National Farm Workers Association and asked Cesar if they would join AWOC in the strike. Then on September 16th, 1965, the members of Chavez's NFWA overwhelmingly voted in favor of joining the strike. So there you had it, Filipinos and Mexican farm workers officially joining forces together to picket and fight for farm labor justice. AWOC and the NFWA would later merge to form what we all now know as the United Farm Workers, or the UFW. So after working with Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta on the UFW, Larry Itliong dedicated his efforts towards building a retirement facility for the UFW workers in Delano known as Agbayani Village. I'm very proud of the fact that my grandfather, a master carpenter, worked with Larry Itliong and Philip Veracruz to help make Agbayani Village a reality. And then, just for those that don't know, Agbayani Village is just around the corner. It's on the 40-acre site up in Delano, right around where Cesar Chavez ended his 1968 hunger strike. So today, the Filipino American community is the second largest Asian American group in the United States and is the third largest ethnic group in California. Like Larry Itliong, Filipino Americans and their families have truly enriched our nation, our state, and our city through their work and contributions in organized labor, agriculture, their service in the armed forces, as nurses, doctors, engineers, scientists, accountants, teachers, and entrepreneurs, as well as their participation in public office, civic affairs, and community activities. In Santa Ana, we have some wonderful examples of Filipino Americans who have greatly contributed to our community. So tonight I want to highlight a couple of them. So first we have Dr. Annabelle Neary. Where'd you go? There she is, Dr. Annabelle Neary. She was appointed president of Santa Ana College back in January 2022. She has over 25 years of experience in education, and as a first-generation college student, she was born to Filipino and Central American parents. Dr. Neary holds a doctorate of philosophy and sociology from UC Riverside. And as the president of SAC, I think it's fitting to note that her first degree was an associate's degree. Geraldine Larson, there you are, Geraldine. Geraldine is the current president of the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce of OC, and she's the proud owner of her own insurance agency, GL Larson Insurance and Financial Solutions. And then we have Krista Kelly. Krista is the head of co-work and the Orange County chapter lead for Filipinas on the Rise. Filipinas on the Rise, which provides a platform for Filipino women to connect, build community, celebrate their shared heritage, and support each other's growth and ambitions. And very importantly, she lives in Ward 4. JT Assis, where's JT? There he is, JT. JT is the owner and chef of Tayabak by Ducking Grinds, located right here in downtown Santa Ana in the 4th Street Market. Tayabak brings together classic Filipino flavors and American culinary staples with a fresh, unique, and delicious take that shows everybody that Filipino food is more than just adobo and lumpia. For those of you who know what I'm talking about. So, although he was unable to attend tonight, I want to give a shout out to Carlo Evaristo, owner and chef of 6100, which is an amazing bakery on Poinsettia here in French Park that sells Filipino-inspired baked goods like ube cruffins, yes, those are a thing, as well as a variety of European-inspired sourdough breads and pastries. The name 6100 is inspired by the zip code of Carlo's hometown in the Philippines, Bacolod City. And so, of course, last but certainly not least, is my favorite Filipino-American, my wife, Wendy. So Wendy, I'm going to embarrass her a little bit, but I'd like to call it highlighting. Wendy has her bar card and her oncology nurse certification. She is currently president of the Orange County Oncology Nursing Society, and she also previously practiced law. Now, the bad joke I always like to say is she used to chase the ambulances. Now she just waits for them at the hospital. So, as the former chair of the scholarship committee at the Santa Ana Elks, which she still serves on, by the way, and she's also a proud graduate of Mater Dei High School right here in Santa Ana. So today, the city of Santa Ana declares October 2025 Filipino American History Month and encourages everyone to study and explore the history of the advancements of the Filipino American culture, people, traditions, and values that have positively enriched our city and our nation and will continue to do so. So accepting this proclamation today on behalf of the Philippine Consul General, Adelio Angelito Cruz is Vice Consul Levy Anthony Malele, who serves in the Philippine Consulate in Los Angeles. So here you go. Thank you very much.
Mayor Amezcua, council members, especially Council Member Phil Becerra, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Consul General Adelio Angelito S. Cruz and the entire Philippine Consulate General in Los Angeles, it is my honor and immense pride to accept this year's Santa Ana City Council's proclamation commemorating Filipino American History Month. This is an important recognition in view of the presence of Filipinos and Filipino Americans in the city of Santa Ana and their important contributions in your community. You can be assured that the Filipinos always offer the best of their abilities, and they serve with dedication, pride, and purpose in whatever role they are given and wherever they are situated in the United States. I also accept this recognition on behalf of all Filipino Americans who call the city of Santa Ana their home. Your proclamation today does not only honor the Filipinos who have been in Southern California for over a century, but it also honors the important role and invaluable contributions of the Filipino-American community towards strengthening and enriching the economic and cultural diversity of this beautiful city. As we celebrate Filipino-American History Month, we want to showcase our vibrant cultural heritage and communities which thrive in this great city. We want to celebrate the contributions and accomplishments of Filipino Americans, not just in the healthcare field, which we are known for, and for which we obviously excel and are patently famous for, but also across a spectrum of fields, of course, as elucidated by Councilmember Phil, and as exemplified by our lovely guests here, in the arts, business, sciences, politics, among many, many others. We also want to celebrate our culture, our language, values, traditions, and resilience in the face of struggles and challenges, as well as to honor the Filipinos who came before us. So to the Filipino Americans in the city of Santa Ana, while proudly celebrating our Filipino heritage and identity, let us also extend a bridge of understanding to those outside our community. Let us tell our great stories and experiences to the wider American society so that they may get to know us even better. So let us foster in each other a shared sense that there is a space for everybody in this diverse city. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you for the presentations. At this time, Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Mayor, members of the council, members of the public, we do not have any reportable action this evening.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. This is the time of the meeting for the City Council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items. Madam City Clerk, please explain the public comment procedures and call the first speakers, and we'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to Resolution Number 2025-004, speakers are requested to address the City Council directly and to refrain from profane language, racial epithets, and libelous or slanderous statements that disturb the decorum of the meeting. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. Speakers will have 3 minutes for their comments. Before calling speakers, I'll report the summary of emails provided as of today. As of today at 2:30 p.m., we had received a total of 25 e-comments, 14 on non-agenda topics, 5 for item number 10, 1 for item number 18, 4 for item number 23, and 1 for item number 24. Those were distributed to the City Council and posted on the city's website for public review. We'll now hear from members of the public that are physically present in the council chamber, followed by any speakers at Councilmember Lopez's location, and then the speakers on conference call or Zoom to provide comments on agenda or non-agenda items only. Any comments for the Housing Authority will be heard separately. Be calling up names, 3 to 5 people at a time. When you hear your name, please line up in the center aisle behind the podium so that you're ready when it's your turn to make your comments. And please state your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in for the record. The first 3 speakers, Bruce Senator, Mark Spratt, and Phoenix Pineda. Please come forward.
Good evening. Bruce Senator from Ward 6. I submitted issues prior to coming tonight. I'll just speak on them briefly. The first thing is the Delhi Center Food Pantry Program. Before, I said that they needed a refrigerated box truck. They need one more than ever now as the economy contracts and more people are showing up there for food distribution. So through the city or the city residents or city businesses, I'm sure that we can find a good running refrigerated box truck for Delhi Center. Secondly, on the issue of privatization and commercialization of the city parks, I'm at the point where we have properly formed it before the Secretary of State for Saving Our Sports Corporation, a public benefit corporation. We have the fictitious business name. We'll get the tax identification number. Tomorrow we'll be speaking with the California Fair Political Practices Commission. We're drawing closer to the point where we can issue the formal notice to the city on the specific wording of a possible petition, and therefore looking at the November 2026 election. And that would be to amend the city charter and the ordinances to prevent privatization and commercialization of the public parks. And then the next thing is the city's responsibility on the issue of the homeless along the railroad tracks. Under federal law, the city does have first and primary responsibility to police the tracks. Secondly are the railroad police under federal law. The city does need to allocate some additional funds to the police department, which are overstretched. But it is the city's responsibility to police those tracks, and specifically on the tracks running parallel between Standard and Grand Avenue, between Warner and Chestnut. Next is the digital signage. I've noticed that the signage over there on Warner, if you drive back and forth, it looks like it probably could have been placed further westbound. And the reason is that when you're driving westbound coming up on Halliday, you really can't see it very well. When you're coming eastbound, the trees there block a lot of the view. So it's not just placement, it's placement for viewability and then moving other signs and trimming the trees so people have enough seconds to be able to view the signs. And the next one is the acid etched windows from the graffiti. There's an idea that possibly using just window cling, it doesn't even have to be printed window cling, to have it in various shades and tones to match a window shade, because different windows have different tones to them. Looking at the window cling, trying it out may be a cost-effective way to cover up the damage caused by the window acid etching. And the final thing is regarding the Warner traffic concerns and the Warner widening project. I have issues that I put in on both, and I'd like the city to get back with me as to who in the city is working on those projects together with the county so we can discuss on possible resolutions to get these things resolved. Thank you very much.
Mark Spratt.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, city manager. My name is Mark Spratt. I'm a Ward 3 homeowner in West Floral Park, and I'm here tonight because $2,500 of Santa Ana tax revenue was used by council member Jesse Lopez to sponsor not a Santa Ana event, but an Anaheim event in August. The event was outside of our city and outside of our city policy. It's simple. Our event sponsorship policy requires events that directly benefit Santa Ana residents. Anaheim is not Santa Ana. There is no documented benefit to our community. And this happened while Jesse Lopez is actively campaigning for California State Assembly in Anaheim. This creates the appearance of using Santa Ana public money for our own political gain. This is not a technicality. This is about trust. Santa Ana families are struggling with affordability, safety, and services. Our city voted to increase sales tax revenue in 2018 so the money would go back helping our community. We can't afford to subsidize Anaheim events. Do you think Anaheim city taxpayers are going to give us money for our events? I don't think so. All of our public dollars need to serve Santa Ana. Santa Ana is a city of working families, proud, diverse, strong. But every day, the people of Santa Ana are making impossible choices. Do I buy groceries to feed my kids? Do I pay the rent? We are teetering on a fiscal cliff while Anaheim thrives on tourism and hotel taxes. We can't afford Jesse Lopez to fund Anaheim festivals while kids go hungry in Santa Ana. So here's what must happen now. Number one, accountability. The city attorney should review this expenditure and issue a compliance finding. The council should reprimand Jesse Lopez and require a full personal repayment of the $2,500. Number two, transparency. Release the approval forms and payment records for this event. The public deserves to see why and how this was allowed by the city manager. Number three, guardrails. Ban funding for out-of-city events that are tied to any political campaigns. If there's misuse in this instance, and if it's confirmed, it needs to be referred to the proper state and county authorities. Councilmember Lopez, I know you're not here. Respectfully, I ask you to withdraw your candidacy for the California State Assembly. Our city needs your full attention on Santa Ana and not Sacramento politics. Jesse, you're my council member. I've emailed you, I've tried to reach out to you on this event, and I've heard nothing. I've heard zero. I want to engage with you on this. And I invite you to meet with me and my Ward 3 neighbors in Floral Park and West Floral Park. We'd love to understand the rationale behind why you use taxpayer dollars for this event. We just want to understand. Santa Ana tax dollars for Santa Ana residents, guardrails at work, personal accountability.
Mark, your time is up.
Not political benefit. Thank you very much for the time.
Next three speakers, Phoenix Pineda, Brian Leos, Melissa Alberto.
Good evening, City Council members. My name's Phoenix Pineda. I am the widow of the former City of Santa Ana employee, Sid Pineda, who served the city for 18 years. Let me start. I know he stepped out, but I want to thank Councilmember Hernandez for his touching words about my husband at the council meeting on April 1st, 4 days after my husband passed away. For those of you that don't know, my husband was released from a position without proper justification in August of 2024, after helping to set up the solid waste division from its inception, never having had a negative evaluation. Just a few months later, he was put on administrative leave again without justification by a supervisor that had a history of targeting him and others. He was subjected to months of worrying about if he was going to keep his job, wondering how he was going to support his family. He was a dedicated employee who truly cared about the residents of Santa Ana and the businesses of Santa Ana. He is not the only person who has experienced this. This is happening right now. You have employees that are being laid off, that are being terminated, that are being forced into early retirement without proper justification. Justice for my husband in honor of my husband who passed away believing that the city of Santa Ana, his employer of 18 years, thought he was disposable. I plead with you to open your eyes and see all of the unjustified layoffs, terminations, administrative leave, pushing people to retire early. Open your eyes, ask questions. This community, the residents of Santa Ana need these staff members. They're community service-oriented people that care about the residents, that do their job in service of the residents. They're professional, they're dedicated, and they are not being treated that way. These staff members, like my husband, build relationships with the people of Santa Ana. Those are your constituents, the people that vote you into office. Please open your eyes. These employees make a meaningful difference to your city. Okay, and since you just stepped in, Councilmember Hernandez, I want to thank you for your words that you said when my husband passed away. So, thank you for your time, thank you for your attention, and I hope you do something about it.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Brian Leos. I'm 19 years old and I reside in Ward 4. Mayor, can you please help us set up a meeting with the city manager? For the past 6 months, we called multiple times. We sent several emails. We even tried to reach his secretary, and we have not received nothing. My team, they're 90% Santa Ana residents, including myself, and we are forced to go to Westminster and Garden Grove to train. Because we do not have access to fields in our own city, because we don't have the opportunity to speak with the city manager regarding this issue. And it all started when this gentleman over here, Mr. Peñalosa, called us a mafia. I also want to include, for the last 6 months, my team has been united and working hard. And we've competed in various tournaments, and I am proud to say that we have won 3 trophies in a row. Because we did it for Santa Ana, because we are in Santa Ana. So please, Mayor, can you get the city manager to commit to meet with us within the next week or so? Thank you very much.
The next three speakers, Melissa Aberto, Sue Palick, and Lulia Altamirano.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Melissa and I reside in Ward 4. I'm here today, as well as the rest of the soccer organizations behind me, to fight for field security. For our children in the city, the city manager has been ignoring our emails and phone calls. As stated before, we've tried to constantly reach his secretary and we've gotten nothing from him. He was allowed to negotiate a contract to give exclusive access to fields to an organization that makes a giant profit from people who aren't in Santa Ana. It is very unprofessional, and it feels 100% corrupted that we're being ignored. Thank you for everyone's time.
Good evening, everyone. Sue from Ward 4. I'm not happy about being here tonight because what I'm going to say is it's not anything that I relish saying. It's very upsetting for a lot of people, but I'm here to address comments and news articles and social media comments that you have made. And I'm very upset about it from the point of view that it just is so much hatred, and the hatred is like a disease. And I'm sorry for you, because whatever is inside of you that makes you feel so hatred towards our police, I don't understand it. I don't hate you. And I just think that because you have so many personal issues with the police, that you should recuse yourself from voting on anything that has to do with the police, because it's all, tainted. And I'm sorry for you in this issue. And you're not standing for the flag. It's kind of become passé. People don't really see it anymore. I think the effectiveness of what you were trying to convey is no longer effective. But for me, it's personal, and for a lot of other people, it is too. You see, my great-great-grandfather was born in 1797, and he fought in the War of 1812 when the national anthem was written, and that was quite a battle. We didn't know if we were going to win or not. And in the 1830s, he lived in Maryland. He was just a lonely, shoemaker, and he lived along the National Road that Harriet Tubman had people coming up from the south. And he helped 8 to 10 people a night towards freedom to the north. And when he was in his 60s, he signed up for the Civil War, and he fought for the freedom of the slaves. And when the war ended, 5 years later, he passed away. So it's personal to me. And I feel bad because so many new immigrants here don't understand our history and what we have gone through for the freedom of other people, not only just Americans, but also throughout the world. And so I just think that if you would reconsider, I would love to have a conversation with you. I'm a person that I guess I'm more of a mediator kind of person, and I want to like you. I want to care about you. I want to share with you. I think there's a lot of things that you don't realize that you and I have in common. But I think that this hatred that you have inside of you has just gotten so out of hand that it's affecting a lot of people in the community.
Sue, your time is up.
So I want to thank you for the opportunity to come forward and talk to you tonight. Thank you.
The next three speakers, Lulia Altamirano, Tommy Fernandez, Cesar S. You can come forward, Tommy.
Good evening, my name is Tommy Fernandez. I reside in Ward 2. It's my understanding that the secret negotiations between La Academia and the City of Santa Ana to grant exclusive access to publicly founded fields to a single organization have come to an end for now. I just respectfully want to remind you, Mr. City Manager, that the city cannot cede public land facilities to private entities without open process, binding public hearings, consultations with residents. If they do so in secret, like it was happening, it's illegal and voidable. Now that negotiation is over, we will request a new CPRA, and we expect to get it within 10 days, like the law says. In a different note, after many months and many meetings, the relationship between Parks and Rec and the soccer community is better than ever. When good things happen, we have to say it, and when bad things happen, we also have to say it. We're not here to disrespect any of our elected officials or staff. We're here to exercise our First Amendment right. And if any of you feels offended for what we say, I suggest you find another job. We elected you. We pay you. And we have the right to speak up. I also want to express my deep concern about how our community funds and sources are being allocated, especially in areas such as soccer fields and code enforcement services. Just as we have demanded accountability and transparency in actions for our soccer fields situation, we must also ensure that essential departments like code enforcement are properly staffed and supported. Please stop the unjustified terminations. And lastly, I find it ridiculous of the possible censure of Councilmember Hernandez for exercising his First Amendment right. They say the words he used is defamation. But with Councilmember Peñalosa defamated the whole soccer community by calling us mafia, nobody said a beep. Let's not be hypocrite. Thank you all very much.
The next three speakers, Cesar, Gisela Villaverde, and Aliyah Nunez.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Cesar.
Can you get closer to the mic, please, and start
yes,
his time over, Jennifer, please? Thank you.
Okay. Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Cesar. I reside in Ward 1. I stand before you today, not just as a citizen, but as an active duty member of the United States Army. I'm here to fight for what I believe in, and right now that means fighting for my city's future. Specifically, I'm representing my little brother, a proud athlete with Máquina. They are one of the local organizations here today fighting for field security. I know how vital the Máquina is because I was once one of those players. I'm not just an older brother. I lived opportunities they create. I went to traveling games out of the city and even played in different states and countries. These were experiences that helped me build the confidence and courage to later serve our country. Now I look at my little brother and his teammates, and I see those same life-changing moments and opportunities being created for them. We cannot let these opportunities be taken away and given to organizations that profit off people who aren't even part of our city or local organizations. Rooted here are the people here from Santa Ana are the true investors in our youth. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, alcalde y miembros del concilio. Me llamo Gisela. Gracias por permitir usar este valioso tiempo. Estoy aquí hoy para hablarles sobre algo que es la base de nuestra comunidad, el futuro de nuestros hijos. Me permito ante ustedes como un padre y como un defensor de inquebrantables de las oportunidades para nuestra juventud. Mi presencia aquí es doblemente importante. Estoy representando a mis dos hijos. Mi hijo menor es un atleta dedicado, un jugador de corazón que forma parte de Máquina FC. Y mi hijo mayor, quien me acompaña hoy, es un miembro orgulloso y valiente del Ejército de los Estados Unidos. Mi hijo mayor es la mejor prueba del valor que tienen estos programas locales. Él no solo fue un jugador de Máquina, sino que gracias a esta organización y a otras ligas locales pudo viajar para competir y tuvo la oportunidad de jugar en diferentes estados. Estas no fueron solo experiencias deportivas, fueron formativas, lo ayudaron a desarrollar la confianza y el coraje para el comienzo de lo que llevaron a tomar la decisión de enlistarse en el ejército y servir a nuestra nación. Ahora vamos a la próxima generación, incluido mi hijo menor, que se está esforzando en esos mismos campos. Ellos merecen tener acceso a las mismas oportunidades que ayudaran a mi hijo mayor a convertirse, en un hombre, en el hombre que es hoy. Por eso mi razón principal para estar aquí es lo que es justo, exigir lo que es justo. Estoy aquí para luchar por las canchas dignas y seguras para prácticas. No es justo para estos niños ni para sus padres. Estamos dedicados a su desarrollo, pero tenemos que viajar constantemente a otras ciudades solo para encontrar un campo disponible, invirtiendo nuestro tiempo y dinero en el extranjero cuando deberíamos invertir aquí, en nuestra propia ciudad. Necesitamos estabilidad y seguridad para que Máquina y todas las ligas locales puedan operar eficientemente. No queremos que el éxito y las oportunidades de nuestros hijos dependan.
Gisela, su tiempo ha terminado.
Ok, gracias. Muchas gracias.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Gisela. Thank you for allowing us the use of this valuable time. And I'm here to say something about something that is the basis of our community, that it's going to help the future of our children. As a parent, I want to guarantee and offer these opportunities for our youth. And I'm here for two very important reasons. My two sons. The youngest is a very dedicated athlete, and he has a heart for Máquina FC club. And my older is here with me as a proud United States Army member. And the older one was provided this valuable service due to the local things that happened, the local service that was happening. Not only Máquina, he was not just playing with La Máquina, but he, thanks to them, he got to travel to not only to play, but to go to other states. And this is not only about sports. These were the formative skills that developed into him deciding to enlist in the United States Army and to serve this nation. And now I'm looking for the next generation to have the youth, including my younger son, to have fields accessible, to have access to these opportunities, that to become the person that my oldest is today. And that's the reason that I am here, and only to ask what is fair. Safe fields, accessible fields, because it's not fair for the kids and us parents that we have to go to other cities. We have to invest our time and our money elsewhere. Instead, we should be investing that here. So we need a Máquina and the other youth to have access to these fields in an efficient manner. Thank you.
The next three speakers, Aaliyah Nunez, Chris Williams, Pedro Magallon.
Good evening. My name is Aaliyah Nunez. I'm from Ward 3, and I'm here to speak on item 21, the possible censure of Councilmember Hernandez. I want to remind the council and everyone listening that due process isn't optional. It's a foundation of justice. Before you move forward with any kind of censure, public deserves full transparency. What exactly are the allegations? Who's behind them? And has anybody been appointed as an independent reviewer? Because from where the committee stands, it looks a lot like one council member who's been fighting to hold this city, especially the police department, accountable, is now the one being punished for it. That's not a coincidence. That's retaliation dressed up as a procedure. And if this council allows that, who's next? Who's the next person that'll be silenced for asking the hard questions or standing up to the power? This is how corruption grows, not from outsiders, but from within, when good people stay quiet while the system eats its own. Councilmember Hernandez isn't the problem. He's the warning sign. If you censor him without fairness and facts, you're not protecting Santa Ana. You're proving exactly why it needs to be saved. Are you okay? Mayor, are you okay?
Please continue. I'm
Thank you.
perfectly
Okay.
fine. Thank you.
Just making sure. Sorry.
No, feel free. Thank you.
So, with that being said, make sure everybody is aware and accountable of the process in which we have to abide by and the foundations that we live by, and the rules and everything, okay? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Williams, and I reside in Council Members Ward 6, David Penalosa's district. And I'm the one that's been emailing you guys for about the last 6 months regarding drug issues and also homeless issues in our area. I moved into the area about 7 years ago. I saw all the great things that are happening in Santa Ana, the new architecture coming in, the train coming in, the many events outside my front door. I love it, totally love it. But in the last year and a half, there's been tons of drug addicts, tons of homeless people up around my front door, you know, up and down Spurgeon Street. At the businesses that are out now vacant, they've just attracted a ton of people. And I want to stay here, but I started questioning this about a year ago, saying, should I just sell? Because I just didn't see things getting better. But after bugging you guys for a little while, I did get David to come out, and I really appreciate that. And also, our city manager came out, and then we also had Corporal Frank Gutierrez come out, and they really listened to us. So that was very nice. And I've got to say, in the last 2 weeks, things have really gotten cleaned up quite a bit, but we're still dealing with problems. So even tonight, there was 10 people over next to the Rite Aid doing drugs. So things are getting better, but we got to keep the pressure on. We got to keep, you know, people out of these areas, you know, and I think that, you know, I know that we don't want to arrest people, but we got to arrest people, and we need to save these people that have issues on the street, because this is how they're going to get help. We can't just let them hang around and have do what they want to do. So I'm just appreciative that people are listening in the city. I've lived in other cities that I did not get a response at all, but City of Santa Ana, I really appreciate it. So keep the pressure on, and let's make Santa Ana just a great place. Thank you.
Next speakers, Pedro Magayon, Johnny A. Mejia, and Dale Helvig.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. We're going to continue to be here to fight for what we believe, because of since 6 months ago, and we don't get no response from the city manager. We thought things were going to change because he's homegrown. We've known him since he was just a city inspector. And I will always say that I hold him in high regards. But either his phone's not working, the 8th floor is not picking up his signals, because he's not answering anybody's phone calls. Now, I have personally called the secretary. We can't get a hold of her. We've sent her emails, we'll send her everything, so we really appreciate you guys paying attention. As of to our history, it's funny, because people come and say how we might not understand the history of the United States. We do. The land was stolen from us, and we live here now, and we are proud to be Americans here in Santa Ana, California. And also, we need to hold the police accountable, because maybe a lot of people have not encountered incidents with the police, but we have. And I'm not going to go into the brown and black and this and that colors. I'm just saying the Santa Ana police needs to be accountable for a lot of things. Because just as a resident here, I had a few incidents with myself. Going back to the soccer, please revisit this whole MLS Next. I want to believe that you were misinformed because Chivas USA already tried to bring their franchise here, which is LAFC now. And it didn't work. The stadium, they had a whole plan. I mean, I could go on, but my time's going to be short. But there was already an MLS franchise that tried to come here and couldn't. Not only that, now there's a franchise in San Diego. And now there's 2 in LA. So geographically, bringing an MLS team here is going to be practically impossible. But thank you for everything that you guys have done so far. Yes, we are starting to get along better with Park and Recreation due to the leadership here. But we need more of your help. We need you guys to be there more. And for everybody that, we got to speak our mind. We can't be censored. And I said it here when I came and I exposed that the old Park and Recreation was a racist and she's no longer here. I stand by that to this day. And I will say what I said that day. I'm going to continue fighting on my feet, then live on my knees. So thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I want to take a moment to thank the entire community, the families, the players, the coaches, and everyone who stood up to the past few weeks to protect what we have built together. We were heard that an outside group was trying to take over the community fields without going through the proper process. Our people came together, united, and made their voice heard. I also want to thank City Hall members who listened to the community and made sure transparency and fairness stayed in the center of the process. The power of the people spoke loudly through social media, the media news, through our community network, over 206 views on the videos, and every share, every comment, every message and support made a difference. Even players who grew up here went to play professional, reach out, showing love for the roots and the city it helped them raise. That's what's all about, the community. We're not here to fight anyone. We're here to protect opportunities for our kids, stand for recreation, and to community, building positive space for everyone. We're not backing down. We're still standing together for the city, the youth, and the future. City Manager, Santana no se vende, se respeta y se defiende. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers, Del Helvig, Leandro Chaluca, and Joanna Lopez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff. I'd like to talk about item 10 first. I submitted a letter earlier today, and unfortunately, I just went by the agenda item and the recommended actions in the staff report. What I didn't see was in Exhibit 1. I thought that $580,000 for a rental registry consultant was extremely high for 3 years with the 2-year extension. What it failed to actually say was that $580,000 is actually for 5 years. You're going to approve the 2-year extension, or they can come back and get the 2-year extension, but it's really $364,000 for 3 years with a 2-year extension. So I just wanted to clarify that up, that maybe we can get a little bit better when we have scope information out there. I'd also like to know when the full implementation, release, and acceptance requirement is. It says in the proposal it'll be late 2025, and I'm thinking if you guys approve it tonight, are they really going to get this registry up and running by the end of the year? So that's going to be a challenge, I think. I'd also like to know when the city's going to finally know the number of rental units that are impacted by the RSO. In the meantime, we have the fees going out to the landlords based upon what I call a swag, single wild ass guess, because we don't know really how many units are involved. We don't know how much money we're going to collect. We do know we're going to spend $580,000 for this registry, though. And who knows what all the other charges are. So hopefully that's discussed as well. The other two items I'd like to talk about are, one is Mark Spratt talked earlier about it. The $2,500 for the Little Arabia event, it just doesn't sound right and look right. That money should have gone, as Mark said, to Santa Ana residents somehow, whether it be assistance for immigration, food stamps, whatever. But it shouldn't be going to another city, and hopefully we do something about that. The last thing is, we hear out of closed session when we have to pay out money to lawsuits. What we don't hear about is when we actually win a lawsuit. And the reason I bring that up is Roman Reina owes the city over $400,000. That's money that can be put to good use for the immigration issue as well. Not that we're going to ever probably see the light of day of that, but I think we ought to be looking at recouping that money. Thank you.
Leandro Chaluka, Joanna Lopez, Karen Perez.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mezcua. My name is Leandro Chaluka. I attend Mendez Fundamental Intermediate and live on Santa Ana Boulevard. I'm here on behalf of the rest of these soccer organizations today. I was here last time for field security. Now I am on the verge to accomplishing my dream of being pro, receiving offers from Club Puebla, Juarez, and Club America. But how can you want other kids to do the same when we don't have fields to practice? Most of the time, I have to travel 30 minutes, close to an hour, to get to practice, and usually I don't have rides. But yet, you guys are giving free access to people outside of Santa Ana. Please pay attention to the talent Santa Ana has. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Johanna Lopez. I'm a 57-year resident of Santa Ana. I'm also the mother of Brandon Anthony Lopez. I have a comment in regards to, I believe it's item 21, the possible censure of Councilmember Hernandez. So these are my comments. When a law enforcement agency becomes directly involved in complaints or actions against an elected official, it creates the appearance that police are attempting to shape or punish political speech, and that is deeply troubling. The police department's role is to serve the public, not to participate in political disputes. Any perception that officers or representatives are using city processes to target a council member undermines both ethical standards and public trust. Even if the intent is not political, the appearance of bias can do lasting harm to the city's credibility and community confidence. Before any decision to move forward with censure, I urge the council to call for an independent review to ensure that all actions have been appropriate, fair, and free from influence. Transparency and accountability must be applied equally to our elected officials and to the police department as well itself. Santa Ana deserves a government that operates above politics and that holds integrity for everyone who serves this community. Thank you. Justice for Brandon Lopez.
Hello, everybody. My name is Karen Perez. I'm here representing United Latin and a lot of the soccer leagues here in Santa Ana. I had a whole speech made out talking about the secret negotiations that were going on that were recently stopped. We know the reason why they were stopped, and it wasn't because the other party backed down. It's because there's a lot of things that were hid from us. I can't say my speech. I was distracted by the smirks and the smiles that Peñalosa had when some of my colleagues were talking about how he called us a mafia. It's very difficult to concentrate. I'd like for you guys to see the members that he called a mafia. If you guys can please stand. Ricardo Sandoval, Pedro Magallón, Leonel Pérez, Tommy Fernandez, Joaquín, José,
these are just some of the gentlemen that you call the mafia. I would like for you to address it and meet with us. I know you're busy looking through your magazines while I'm trying to talk to you. It's very hard, to talk to you. I see the smirks that you gave when my colleagues were talking about it. We've been here every 2 weeks talking about it. I have asked you guys all to open up your agendas. I have emailed you guys, including Alvaro. I've emailed all of you guys asking for you guys to open up your agendas and meet with us. I would like a reason as to why we're being ignored, as to why the comments from this gentleman are not being acknowledged. Do you really think I'm a mafia leader? Do you think any of these gentlemen here are mafia? Because to me, it seems like the mafia is within. It's not out here. Look at them and tell them that they're a mafia again. A few weeks ago, you guys stopped all of this and all the talks to address us. Why don't you do it again? Why isn't it being addressed? Why aren't our emails being heard? We asked for public records to be submitted, to be relinquished. The only thing that we got were emails trying to intimidate us, letting us know what we've supposedly have done wrong. There's a lot of things that were hid and weren't given to us. I'm not asking for a meeting anymore. I'm demanding a meeting. I want an explanation as to why all these things were happening backdoor. We have a great team at Parks and Rec. Why didn't they go through them? Why are we expected to go through Parks and Recreation, but not your friends? Can you address those issues? I've emailed you. I've emailed almost everybody here. Actually, I've emailed everybody. Is there going to be an answer to any of my emails? I just want a meeting. If you're not willing to meet with me, simply reply and let me know, hey, Karen, I don't want to meet with you. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Councilmember Lopez, are there any public speakers at your teleconference location?
No one is here present.
All right, thank you. Mayor and City Council will now begin the Zoom speakers. Speakers on Zoom, when unmuted, please announce your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record. First speaker on Zoom, Eli, please unmute and make your comments.
Good afternoon, city officials. My name is Elizabeth Mojica, and I'm representing Ward 2. I am here today as a concerned resident and community leader in Santa Ana. I am deeply troubled by how our community's funds and resources are currently being allocated. Misallocated funding has previously eroded public trust and prevented essential resources from reaching critical areas of need. A particularly alarming consequence of this is the growing staffing crisis within our code enforcement division. Several experienced officers have recently departed, citing challenges within management and the internal work environment. This has significantly reduced the capacity to address critical community concerns related to compliance, safety, and quality of life. Among those who left were officers who consistently provided professional, respectful, and clear service. They excelled at helping residents not only understand violations, but also guiding them towards resolution in a fair and supportive manner. This detailed and compassionate approach is a rare and valuable asset in public service, and it made a tangible difference for me and many others in the community. Therefore, I strongly urge the city to prioritize the reinstatement of these key former officers. Their return would be a direct step towards restoring community trust and ensuring Santa Ana residents the quality of service they deserve. Thank you for your time and serious consideration of this vital matter.
Caller whose phone number ends in 982, please unmute and make your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Marilyn, and I'm a committee member of Ward 5. I want to begin by thanking the council for the significant investments that have been made in transforming downtown Santa Ana over recent years. I also want to speak about the importance of how our city's resources are being managed, especially within code enforcement. Over time, several skilled and dedicated officers have left the department, often citing challenges with toxic management and an internal hostile work environment. Their departure has left noticeable gaps in how effectively the city is able to respond to code enforcement issues. What's especially concerning is that many of those who left were the kind of officers who built genuine trust with residents. They were professional, respectful, and solution-oriented. They didn't just enforce the rules, they took the time to help residents understand issues, find solutions, and feel supported in the process. In my experience, that thoughtful approach made a lasting impact and created a sense of cooperation between the city and the community. When we lose individuals who embody those values, we lose more than staff. We lose connection, understanding, and trust. And that trust is essential for effective public service. It's abundantly clear from this meeting that I'm far from alone in my concerns. I will not stop highlighting how code enforcement management is a liability for the city and how they're hurting the services residents receive. I strongly urge the city to prioritize rebuilding and supporting our code enforcement team by bringing back experienced staff wherever possible and addressing the workplace challenges that caused their departure. Restoring this department's strength and stability would go a long way toward rebuilding community confidence, making sure residents continue to receive the high-quality service Santa Ana deserves, and protecting the significant investments that have been made in our city, including buildings, infrastructure, and the overall revitalization of our neighborhoods. Thank you for your time and for listening to the concerns of the community.
Next speaker on Zoom, Luisa. Please unmute and make your comments.
Good evening. My name is Luisa Burrieta. I'm a member of the community in Ward 5. Today, I wanted to speak about our code enforcement department. We, the residents, have definitely noticed a huge change. When we had good officers, the ones who were fair and built up our trust, our neighborhood started looking much better. But now that they've left, that good work has stopped. Problems are piling up again. We need code enforcement to be strong and respectful so we can keep our community a great place to live. Council, please find a way to fix the internal problems and get those experienced people back on the job. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker on Zoom, Fernando Deveras. Please unmute and make your comments.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I called in tonight to speak on item 21, the attempted censure of Councilmember Jonathan Hernandez. Now, it's my understanding that this censure is in response to complaints filed by 3 police officers against him. And I just wanted to call in to remind the public that as the council discusses this censure, I think it's important for people to note the potential conflict of interest at play on the dais. Now, there are 3 members on this council, Phil Becerra, David Peñalosa, and Mayor Valerie Mesqua, who have all received endorsements from the Police Officers Association and together have taken hundreds of thousands of dollars in campaign contributions. And I know that Phil likes to say that these contributions don't really influence their decision-making in the slightest, but I respectfully would challenge that notion. For example, I think residents will remember back in 2023, when these 3 reps proudly supported the POA's attempted recall of Councilmember Jesse Lopez, even when everyone else in the city knew that it was BS from the jump. This recall ultimately failed and ended up costing the city hundreds of thousands of tax dollars, but it gave us all a chance to see just how low these POA endorsed reps would go to target their colleagues on the other side of the aisle in service of their POA donors. Now, second, I think it's important for people to remember what the goal of a censure is. A censure is a government tool used to publicly shame and silence elected officials. And what sort of speech, I'm wondering, might this censure be looking to silence? Since 2020, when Councilmember Hernandez stepped into office, he's been one of the boldest voices in our city championing accountability and transparency. And he's also one of the most outspoken representatives in the county when it comes to incidents of police misconduct, police brutality, police killings. In 2021, when his cousin was killed by Anaheim PD in our city, he helped lead a public campaign calling for justice. And last year, his family received $6 million settlement from the city of Anaheim. And last year, when officers Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra shot and killed Noe Rodriguez, 30 seconds after arriving on the scene, the family filed a lawsuit against the city and the officers, and Councilmember Hernandez has repeatedly echoed their calls for justice. So I imagine that this is the kind of speech that has put a target on his back for censure. Now, lastly, I just want to say on behalf of the residents that we're tired of the political theater on this dais, the petty back and forths, the cheap shots, Our city has bigger issues to deal with. And if there's accountability to be had, please let the investigations be carried out and stop with the finger wagging on the dice. Vote no on the censure. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom, Nadia Nelly. Please unmute and make your comments. Nadia? Next Zoom speaker, Lisa. Please unmute and make your comments.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members, and city staff. My name is Lisa Tran, and I'm calling as a concerned resident of Santa Ana. I want to strongly urge the city to require Union Pacific Railroad to hire a 24/7 security team, like the county's flood channel security, to provide constant enforcement on their property. This is crucial to protect students, residents, and businesses along and near the railroad corridor from Chestnut to Flower, and hold Union Pacific accountable. The twice weekly cleanup, or maid service, has become predictable. Transients wait nearby at parks, businesses, and sidewalks, then return immediately to set up camp again. Students walk near these encampments on sidewalks and bike trails. Many residents, business owners, and employees witness open-air drug use, sales, and trafficking of drugs. Adjacent businesses suffer severe property damage and loss of customers. Recently, one business, a large transportation service, relocated after losing hundreds of thousands of dollars after encampment transients vandalized their vehicles. Neighbors live in fear, with known parolees and sex offenders camped just feet away from homes and businesses. These conditions have existed since at least 2017. Is it too much to ask that this property be kept free of trash, encampments, drugs, and crime every day, not just for a few hours on Tuesdays and Thursdays during maid service? I want to sincerely thank SAPD and the Quality of Life team for doing everything they can to help keep these areas clear. We know how difficult this is, and we truly appreciate their ongoing efforts. Thank you for your attention. We need lasting solutions, not temporary cleanups. Thank you very much.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes the Zoom speakers that were in the queue when we commenced public comments. We do have one final comment card. Jonathan Hernandez.
Mayor and Council, if I could just make a comment about the comment card, because we have the item number 21 on the agenda. I did speak with Councilmember Hernandez and advised that he should recuse himself from the conversation. He did ask if he could make a public comment. He is legally allowed to make comments as to his personal situation from down at the podium. And so I understand he submitted a card to be able to do that this evening.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. We'll be moving the item up. We'll be moving the item up to be heard after he speaks.
Next speaker, Jonathan Hernandez.
Hello, Mayor and City Council, City Manager and City Attorney. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm here in my capacity as a resident, utilizing my First Amendment right. At today's City Council meeting, item 21 on this agenda will discuss whether I, the duly elected council member of Ward 5, should be censured due to claims of harassment from Santa Ana police officers. I'm wearing a shirt that I've worn in this council over many years that says, "Arrest the cops who killed Brandon Lopez." I have long used this dais for free speech to champion my constituents during some of the most toughest times of their lives. Long before I was elected in 2020, our police department had a tumultuous and adversarial relationship with the Santa Ana community. From 2010 to 2020, the Santa Ana Police Department has cost Santa Ana taxpayers $24.5 million in misconduct lawsuits and settlements. Santa Ana PD has a scorecard of 36% on policescorecard.org. 268 civilian complaints have been filed related to police misconduct, whereas only 3% were ruled in favor of civilians from 2016 to 2022. Since 2013 to 2025, there has been over 20 killings by Santa Ana police officers in the city of Santa Ana today. Today, the Santa Ana City Council will consider censuring me. In censuring me, you are also censuring my neighbors and my constituents, your residents. This attempt to silence a dissenting opinion is a violation of my First Amendment right to free speech. As a council member, I have fought to protect our civil rights and human rights at the dais and on the ground. I have remained committed to the values of justice, accountability, and transparency. I do not support the harassment of any of our city employees. I want to be absolutely clear that I support each of our city employees being treated with respect and dignity in their workplace. I strongly oppose this censure because using a censure in response to public criticism risks undermining free speech and the ability of elected officials advocating for their constituents. 2 of the 3 officers that filed complaints against me were involved in shootings that are being investigated by the Department of Justice. One of those 2 officers, 30 days after the first shooting he was involved in on December 1st of 2024, where Noe Rodriguez was shot over 30 times, the officer was subsequently involved in a shooting 30 days later, on January 1st of 2025. Fast forward, the 3rd officer that filed the complaint on me is the officer who alleged Brandon Lopez had a firearm. The actions of the Santa Ana police officers to make a be on the lookout document undermined my own family's tragedy. I hope that you guys use good judgment and protect the city from liability by not censoring free speech. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes the public speakers.
Thank you very much, Madam City Clerk. At this time, we're going to move item 21 up to right now. We'll have this discussion. The consideration of possible censure of Councilman Hernandez. Madam City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem and council members.
Can you speak louder, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me see if I can move this over. Is that better? Better for you, Mayor? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So Mayor Pro Tem and council members, item number 21 that is on your council agenda tonight was put there after announcing after a closed session on August 19th that you had gone into closed session and that you had voted by a vote of 6-0 with City Council Member Hernandez absent, that the council had directed the city attorney's office to advise the council on a potential censure process with potential legal consequences in response to personnel complaints that had been filed against Councilmember Hernandez by 3 police officers. In the agenda report that you have before you this evening, we were very clear to make sure that we're not making a staff recommendation, as this is a council-generated item, but we will take direction from council. We have prepared this report to explain to you how the process works. We have explained to you what your authority is. And in the conclusion, we say that the mayor or the council may do the following. You may decide whether to begin the process for adopting a resolution of censure concerning the alleged misconduct. If you do that, we request that you be very specific so that we can take detailed notes and return to you with a resolution if that's what you decide to do. Whether to appoint an ad hoc committee to schedule a hearing for consideration of the censure if you feel that you would need more time to put together the details for a resolution, and then that recommendation would come back to the full council in an open and public setting, just as we are doing this evening, or whether to engage outside counsel to advise you on this matter should you feel that you need additional advice. So the City Council's been presented with this report. You were also presented with an attorney-client privileged legal advice memorandum to guide you in your discussion this evening. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have while you discuss this item.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Let's start this discussion, please. Council members, if you'd like to speak, please raise your mic, and 3 minutes. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I want to speak up on on the behalf of Councilmember Jonathan Hernandez, who has a First Amendment right to speak his mind from the dais and be critical of city politics and city work, and it is our job and our duty to do so. There is precedent where a council member has been sued by a police officer for doing the same thing, and the council member won that litigation. Given that there is precedent that if this goes to trial and Jonathan will win, and it's been shown that he does have his right through litigation. If we do this, Jonathan can sue us because it goes against California law for him to speak his mind in his First Amendment. He could sue the city for the work that he has been doing because it is his rightful right to give his opinion on the works within the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Do you know the case that you're talking about? Can you share that with us? I'm curious. Can you turn your mic on, please?
Sorry, I looked up. There was one called Green versus Cortez, and we were given one to by the city attorney in our email, and I forget what it was.
Madam City Attorney, can you give the case, please?
Yes, I'm just going to look in my memorandum, which I brought with me. If you want to go on and take other comments, I'll look for it in my materials and provide it to you.
Thank you. Councilman Panalosa?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Madam City Attorney, for the information listed on the staff report. The only questions that I had is I was under the impression that this was just going to be to this. I don't think this is an agenda item to censure, right? You're just asking for recommendations of what we would like to do as a city council?
Yeah, so when you engage in a censure process, it's like a two-step process because the public is entitled to know what the issues are and what your direction is moving forward. So this is the first step. If you even want to pursue the censure, then we would talk about the procedure you want to use to do that. And then if you decided that you did want to pursue it, then there would be a separate hearing. And at that time, you would be presented with a draft resolution. And then the person to be censured would be given a more full due process opportunity to discuss that in public as well. So tonight, the purpose of tonight's meeting and this agenda item is to determine whether the city council would like to pursue a censure or not.
Okay, thank you for that. I definitely do not agree with anything that Councilmember Hernandez has said regarding this subject, but I do believe in due process. So my recommendation would be that we investigate thoroughly these allegations, because at the end of the day, they are allegations made that comments were made about our officers. We've heard many times up here from the dais. We've seen them. We've all witnessed them. But I do believe that Councilmember Hernandez is afforded due process. So what would be the proper way to recommend that these allegations that are made be investigated?
Okay, so I will mention I do need to be careful about this. When we receive any type of complaint from an employee, we have a duty internally, if there is an applicable policy, to evaluate a complaint that's made. We have done that. We have a policy regarding harassment and retaliation because in these complaints there were references to potential harassment and retaliation. We processed those complaints under the city's policy. So the HR department, working with the city attorney's department, we are doing that. The city council has absolutely no role in that process. That is an internal process, and we must maintain confidentiality. And because the subject employees are police officers, we need to be mindful of POBAR. That process is separate. What's before you as the city council is your own process, because there's an ethics code that's required by the voters because it's in your city charter. So you as the city council received complaints. Each one of you, including Councilmember Hernandez, was copied on the complaints alleging violations of that ethics code. So that's really what's before the city council this evening. If you as a city council say that you want to have these allegations independently investigated under that ethics code, you've done that in a previous situation, you could do that. If you as city council members say, we feel we have enough information to pursue something, you can do that. If you say we don't want to pursue anything at this moment, you can do that. The city had a former version of your ethics code, and you had a provision in your charter that was very specific and detailed about how you were going to address complaints. That specific complaint process was removed by the voters in the last election. But that doesn't mean that the City Council can't have this discussion tonight, and it does not mean that the City Council doesn't have a way to address that. The challenge is we don't have a formal, documented way to do it, and today's discussion is to give you that ability to address whether you as council members believe there's been a violation of the ethics code, whether you as council members believe you want it to be investigated by a third party, whether you want to do nothing further. Tonight is your chance to discuss those options.
Okay, thank you for that, Madam City Attorney. I don't take any allegations and complaints lodged by our employees lightly. I know that last year or 2 years ago, it was our number of Parks and Recs employees. Director Hawk Scott and worked with the previous city manager to file a formal complaint against the same council member for similar allegations, harassment, violations of city charter and whatnot, and those were investigated. I believe that we should take the same route. I think they should be investigated because at the end of the day, Councilmember Hernandez deserves due process, as do the officers that he often criticizes up here also deserve due process. So I would say that my recommendation, I guess is the last comment I'll make, is that we move forward with an investigation into these, because last year was our Parks and Recs employees, this year it's police officers, and next year it's going to be somebody else. So it's just going to keep on happening until we address the situation. So investigation into the matter would be my recommendation.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mayor.
Penalosa. Councilor Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this is awful that we're even having this discussion tonight. And I say that it's awful because the fact that we have allegations brought to us about one of our colleagues making comments about our police officers. I appreciate the one speaker tonight who said, due process is not optional. It is a foundation of justice. It is. In the United States, in this fine country, due process is absolutely paramount. I just wish half the speakers that came in here and had already convicted police officers for what they believe was an outcome, I wish they also respected due process. I wish that when people made these claims about officers, when an investigation is still ongoing, I wish they respected due process and allowed the process to go forward. You don't have to agree with the results of it. In fact, as Councilmember Penalosa is recommending, we can do an investigation on Councilmember Hernandez. There may be many that agree with the outcome. There may be many that disagree with the outcome. God bless the United States of America. That's our process. So I want to ask the Madam City Attorney, when Councilmember Hernandez was up at the podium speaking, he mentioned that censure would be a violation of his First Amendment rights. I just want clarity because I want to thank you for providing us with a lot of material to consider before we have to have this discussion tonight. Is a censure a violation of anybody's First Amendment rights?
A censure itself has been upheld by the California and the United States Supreme Courts to say that a legislative body can police one of its members by pointing out behavior which they find to either be in violation of their policy, whether that's a violation of your ethics code, or in violation of your norms or behaviors which you suggest are not conducive to the way you want to engage in business in the city. So censures are upheld. I have seen in some cases where individuals have brought lawsuits for violation of First Amendment speech. And with respect to our Mayor Pro Tem, if I may just want to address his question, I was looking at the memo that I did send, and I'm not finding the case that he referenced. So perhaps if he wants to say that case again, I can look it up. But I did not see that case. And maybe you had the wrong name or I wasn't listening.
You gave us a case before in the memo, and I forget the name of that one, but I looked up Green versus Cortez from 1984. Green versus Cortez.
Okay, I'll take a look for that, but I didn't see it in my memo. Okay, I'll take a look.
Councilor Becerra, go ahead.
Thank you. So what I gather from the censure process, I think Madam City Attorney mentioned the term policing our own. I don't know that censure alone is policing. Censure alone is what I look at is the First Amendment cuts both ways. You can call me a name, I can call you a name, right? First Amendment. You have your right to express yourself, and I sure as hell have my right to express myself. So if this council as a majority votes to express itself and express its displeasure with Councilmember Hernandez's comments, with his prejudging of police officers and their actions, or his flagrant disregard for the verdict of a review of police officers' actions. That is the wish of the council, and it is our right. So at this point, as I mentioned earlier, I absolutely believe in due process. And so I will be supporting an investigation because, again, I don't want to prejudge. I don't want to commit the same sin that many others come up to this podium and do. I want to afford our colleague due justice, or due process. Thank you.
And Mayor, I think I have an answer to Mayor Pro Tem's question.
Go ahead, Madam City
Okay,
Attorney.
so I think Mayor Pro Tem, if I am understanding you correctly, you were not citing that specific case. I think you were referring to a case that we had discussed, that I had mentioned to you. That's the Miller versus Sawant case that came from the Ninth Circuit. It was in that particular case where police officers had sued a city council member, alleging very similar facts here today. It had a very long history. The litigation lasted for many years. Ultimately, the Ninth Circuit ruled that the individual police officers could not maintain a defamation case against the council member. That was the case that I believe you may have been referring to. Okay.
Sure, right.
Madam City Attorney, can you give us the name of that case, please?
Yes, Miller versus Sawant. I can give you a case number. If you just hold on one second, we're going to pull it up again. And that is a case in the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit. It's case number 2-18CV00506-MJP.
M as in Michael.
M as in Michael, JP. And that is the case number.
Thank you.
So hopefully the next time it's brought up, it'll be read before you bring it up, right?
Councilor Becerra, you have any other comments?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Comments?
I think we're all really tired of all of this fighting, I guess. You know, this was a really hard item because I respect so much each of my colleagues' points of views and why we were each elected, right? To advocate for members of our ward, for the policy issues that are most important to our constituents, and to make policies that move the city forward, to be good stewards of not just the city's taxpayer dollars, but also our staff and the programming here. And I think what frustrates me the most is, well, one, when we're talking about politics, I'm the only one not running for something. I'm not running for re-election. I have no intention of running for re-election, not running for higher office. So this really is looking at, you know, how do we treat each other, the public and our staff, with respect, even though we're advocating for really difficult policy positions, even though we might disagree wholeheartedly. I have disagreed with every single person on this dais. I have disagreed with staff, and I have made my positions known. Every single person up here has done that. But unfortunately, it seems as though only one of us up here has had multiple complaints by everyday employees again and again, and that puts this city at risk. We can be advocates. We can voice concerns about policing, about Parks and Rec, about whatever it is in this city, but we have to do so with the responsibility of the power to which we were elected. We cannot say things and think that no one's gonna be hurt by that. We can't just say things because we think it'll get a soundbite or get coverage in the news or play really well in social media. Because at the end of the day, we're all people who are working, who are trying our best, at least that's my belief, to make the city a better place. I want to see an investigation move forward. I want to look into all of these allegations because that is at least what our employees deserve. I don't care what department you're in. I don't care if you're a part-time employee. No one should feel like anyone on this dais or any person with power or authority in this city, or that any of their peers are harassing them or making it hard for them to be an employee of this city. I work with cities every day. My entire personality is about public service. And I can tell you that it is not okay to make any employee anywhere, whether you agree or disagree with their activity, whether they're competent or not, to feel harassed. And for us as electeds, no one else can hold us accountable but the 7 people up here. And when I'm wrong, I admit to it. And I think that in order to ensure that all of our employees feel like they can be heard when the most powerful people in the city are doing something that they feel is wrong, we have to pursue an investigation. And when the investigation is concluded, whether my colleague is exonerated and found not to have done anything wrong by an independent investigator, or if he is found to be wrong, we have to accept the results of those investigations. We can't keep saying that, when the result does not align with what we believe in, that it's somehow rigged or wrong. That's how due process works. So I really hope that my colleagues, whether or not you support Councilmember Hernandez's message, or whether or not you agree with him, that you agree to pursue this investigation, because if you believe he is right, if you believe that he is innocent, if you believe in his message, then you would say that he would be exonerated. There would be nothing to hide. So that would be what I would support today. And I look forward to seeing that everybody who is involved in these allegations be interviewed. I look forward to having a thorough report. And I look forward to coming back to this dais and making sure that whatever the result of this investigation says, that we all do a better job, that we all bring down the temperature, that we all disagree on policy, but not personally, that we all stop taking jabs just because we think it'll win us a point, because it doesn't. It doesn't win us anything, because at the end of the day, we're all in the same boat. This is all the same residents. We are all working for the city of Santa Ana, and none of this is good for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez, are you on?
I am, Mayor.
Would you like to make comments?
I have a question for our city manager.
Go ahead.
City manager, can you just clarify for me, because I'm looking at my notes from when we originally discussed this in closed session, and it's my understanding the city has already done an investigation.
Councilmember Lopez, City Manager Nunez is going to have me answer that question. So as I mentioned—
Can I just ask why, if I'm asking my city manager?
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Can I ask why you're answering it when I ask the city manager a question?
I can answer.
Okay, he will answer.
So
thank you.
Yes, you are correct. So the HR did conduct an investigation regarding these allegations.
Thank you. That's exactly what I remember. And I also remember what we discussed in closed session, that the outcome of the investigations were. And so for those reasons, for the reasons we discussed in closed session, I'm going to be voting no. Thank you.
So, okay, thank you, Councilmember Lopez. So I just want to be clear, Madam City Attorney, when this was discussed in closed session, there were 6 of us in the room, is that correct?
Yes, 6 of you with Councilmember Hernandez absent.
And there was a discussion, there were some recommendations made, and then you shared with us that it would need to be out we would have to have we'd have to do this publicly, is that correct?
Yes, I explained to you that there were two processes. One was internal and was being processed under the city's policy regarding harassment and retaliation, and that there could be a second process that was directly under the purview of the city council under the ethics code.
And again, I want to repeat that all 6 council members that were in the room voted to bring this to the public to censor Councilman Hernandez. Is that correct, Madam City Attorney? Or have a discussion around the censure of Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, specifically it was to bring this matter back in public to determine whether you wanted to pursue a censure.
Okay, I just want to clarify that because I think some people will say otherwise, but all 6 members of this council were in the room and they voted to bring this forward. So this censor and what I've read and what you have sent us and the research I've done, this resolution of censor, it's essentially a public statement repudiating certain behaviors. This is not about our opinions, it's about behaviors. And the behavior of Councilman Hernandez. As Councilman Penalosa said, we were just here not too long ago, conducted an investigation around allegations from Parks and Rec staff, and 3 of the 4 allegations were sustained against Councilman Hernandez. The code of ethics that we have, even though they were our last election, we were voted differently, we still have not changed them. We need to bring them forward. It says, I treat my fellow officials, staff, and the public with patience, courtesy, and civility, even when we disagree on what is best for the community. I agree with Councilmember Fan that I too would love to get away from the politicking and really get some work done up here. We have quality of life issues that need to be addressed. We have potholes to fix and sidewalks, and we have soccer issues. We have youth issues. We have crime issues. One of the comments that Councilman Hernandez made up here attacking police was he made the comment, and I don't want to misquote him, but I believe it was, the Santa Ana Police Department has waged war on his ward. From January 1st of 25 to August 19th of 25, in his ward, there were approximately 12,274 calls for service. Let me say that again, 12,274 calls for service. What that means is the community called for service. Not the council members, not the police officers, but actually the residents of Ward 5, 12,274 times. And out of those 12,274 times, only 325 people were arrested. You do the math. That is not waging war. So again, it's dangerous to us as a city because it can end up costing us millions of dollars. And we have a responsibility as a council to address these matters. And we, as stated up here earlier, are the only ones who can police each other. And I too do not want to use the word police each other. I will say hold each other accountable. And our constituents can as well by voting. And that is a beautiful ability that we have to vote. But this is coming before us, and again, all 6 in closed session voted to bring this forward. And there was a very hearty discussion about what consequences people wanted to give. It's interesting that we come out in the public and it changes because we play politics. And we don't want to be honest about what was said in that room and then say it out here because you're afraid to lose voters, or you're afraid that people will attack you, or you're afraid that your group of people will say, oh my gosh, you turned on one of your own. Because I vividly, and I know all of you up here, remember the conversation. in closed session, and too bad that we can't share it because we'd be having a completely different conversation right now. And that is why I keep saying that all 6 of us voted to bring this forward. And there was great discussion with the city attorney, and thank you, Madam City Attorney, for the emails and the legal memos that you have sent us as policymakers. So again, this is not about our opinions. It is about behaviors that are dangerous to us as a city. They're dangerous to the council. They're dangerous for everybody. You need to stop. It's my time. I don't interrupt you. Please do not be disrespectful. I do not interrupt you. So this is about city. Can we please ask him to leave the room if he cannot stop, and I'll take a break and then we can have him escorted out. We need to finish this, please. So please, okay? Thank you, let me finish. So this is about disrupting the council. This is about making dangerous statements. You know, we talked about the council members shared the number of homicides, and from 2012 or 2008, I didn't write them down, I apologize. I will get that information from our city attorney. But as of December of 25, we have a new police chief. And so there's been changes, and I'm happy to see them. We have a new city manager. We have a whole new leadership team, and so people are being held accountable. But at the end of the day, the police officers that filed the formal complaints, they are, thank you, they are city employees. They are city employees. Just like Park and Rec staff were city employees and filed a formal complaint, just like everybody who works for a city manager-run city, they are employees. And so as a council, it is our responsibility, and again, I will not use the word police one another, I will say hold each other accountable, because we need to make decisions up here that are truly beneficial to our constituents, instead of spending 30 minutes hearing about the hate and just vile comments about police. You know, sometimes council members and even myself, maybe I've made comments about staff. I don't know if I have, you know, apologize. But I haven't seen anybody else up here attack in such a vile way city employees. And so I'm sorry, that investigation cleared me of all wrongdoing. So I want to be clear on that. So Councilman Hernandez, you're disrupting this meeting, and we're trying. This shows your behavior, sir. This is why we're having this discussion, because it shows your type of behavior. So we want to be mature adults and really get through this. So I'm trying to get through this so that we can move on to the rest of the agenda, and you can come back up and join us. And let's be adults, okay? So I would really like to ask you to be an adult, because everybody sees you in here, and that's what you want. You want everybody to see you, and it's very immature, your behavior right now. So again, this censor is about behavior, not opinions. And our job up here as a council is to ensure that, you know, we don't end up in additional lawsuits by the 3 officers that have filed the complaints. And then we end up paying millions of dollars again and again and again. So I will support the investigation as well. And Madam City Attorney and Mr. City Manager, I would ask that it be brought back to us before the end of the year, if not the first meeting in January. So I'm going to make I don't know if I need to make a motion or if the council can agree that we conduct a formal investigation and we bring it back to the first meeting in January, if not sooner. We have investigators that I think the City Attorney knows and can hire, so they have experience with the City of Santa Ana. But I just want to be clear that, again, this is not about an attack personally on Councilman Hernandez. He has a right to feel the way he does. He suffered a loss. A constituent came up earlier and said, you know, he should recuse himself for all matters surrounding Santa Ana Police Department. I feel the same way, because when you personally lose somebody, maybe it's a hard thing for you to have a discussion about law enforcement. So I'm going to support the investigation. I'm going to ask that it be brought back before the first meeting in January. But I want to be really clear that we have a responsibility up here on this dais, the council, the entire council, to look at this. It is not about Councilman Hernandez. It is about his behaviors, his actions, his vile words that will cost us as a city millions of dollars if it goes to court. And I know Mayor Pro Tem said, well, this case, you know, the city lost. A city attorney said they're still in trial in some cases. We can do a lot of what ifs with court cases. We can be in a lawsuit for 20 years, 15 years. We have a lot of cases that we're fighting currently, cases before I even came on here as the mayor. So I'm going to support this because, again, I want the council, I want the public to hear again, because the blogs and the so-called reporters will write, you know, terrible things, because the 3 years I've been sitting up here, I could tell you stories. This was voted on in closed session by all 6 members to bring this censor forward. And again, I cannot disclose what was discussed because it would be a violation. But that conversation was healthy and hearty with a lot of recommendations. And so that is why we are here today. This is not a personal attack by one council member or the mayor. All 6 of us in that room voted to bring this forward. And with that, Mr. City Manager, Madam City Attorney, do you have clear direction?
Yes, and I just would need a vote, because it's going to require actually engaging someone, and then the city manager would either have to use his purchasing authority or I'd have to use mine. So we would reach out and work with HR. HR does also keep a list of individuals or knowing people that we could do an investigation. So could we get a formal motion?
I'll make a motion that we conduct a formal investigation and that it be brought back by the end of the year. We only have one meeting in December, so I would say actually the first meeting in January.
Okay.
I just need a second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. There is a second, Madam City Clerk.
Yes, motion by Mayor Mesqua, seconded by Councilmember Fan, to direct staff to perform a formal investigation and bring the results back to the City Council at the first meeting in January. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
No.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
No.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 4 ayes, 2 nays. Nays by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez and Councilmember Lopez, and a noted recusal by Councilmember Hernandez. Motion carries.
Thank you. Let's get back into the calendar here. And items 3 through, let me pull them up, I apologize. 3 through 18, it looks like, Madam Clerk?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, if any council members want to pull an item, we'll go through it at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
No items to pull.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
I'm sorry. I haven't gone through the whole, you just hold on a second, please. I know, right? Thank you, Council Peñalosa, but there's other council members up here. Councilmember Fan?
None for me, thank you.
Councilman Becerra?
I would like to go ahead and pull item 10.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez, well, he's not up here yet, so if he joins us, if there's an item he wants to pull, I guess, is there, yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Lopez?
No items.
Thank you. There was a motion and a second to approve.
Yes, I have a motion by Councilmember Peñalosa, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, to approve consent calendar items number 3 through 18, with the exception of item 10, pulled for separate consideration, and item 5, which was previously withdrawn from the agenda. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua? Yes. Vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with a current absence by Councilmember Hernandez. Motion carries. And Mayor, the first item pulled is item number 10 by
Thank you.
Councilmember Becerra.
Councilman Becerra, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Really quick, and then you said, Madam Clerk, item number 5 was withdrawn, right?
That's
Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Yes. Go ahead, Councilman Becerra, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to say Mr. City Manager, but I see our Director, Mr. Garcia. I have a question for you, if you can come up to the podium.
Our Deputy City Manager is also here to answer
I can answer the question, Councilmember.
You guys can pick, I don't really care, just as long as I get the answer. How much has the city collected this year in rental registry fees?
Approximately 2.2 million.
You've collected 2.2 million in rental registry fees?
Yes.
Okay, and that's just for this year. And how many folks paid into it? Or, I'm sorry, how many units were accounted in that?
I don't recall that number.
But the amount is in the 2 millions?
Yes.
Okay, and is that expected to be the amount that we're going to be collecting on an ongoing basis?
Yes, we should be around 2.2, 2.3 million every year.
And so this contract that's before us tonight is coming solely from those funds. In other words, you're not continuing to borrow from all the different other funds as you had done before.
That's correct. This is all rental registry fee revenue.
So this is self-sustaining.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. With that, I'm happy to move the item.
Second. Thank you.
I second.
You second. Okay, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, to approve the recommended action for item number 10, an agreement with Ptolemy for a rental registry portal. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. That concludes the consent calendar, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to the business calendar. Item number 19, naming the park located at the southwest corner of Bristol and Tolliver Streets. This item was continued from the last meeting. Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez and Councilmember Becerra pulled it for discussion. Do you have any comments? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you to the city and the staff for bringing this park to Central City. It is now the neighborhood in which I live in. So I'm very happy we have a park to go to, and I'm excited. And I would like to change the name of the staff recommendation or the Parks and Rec to Salvador Quintana Park. Salvador Quintana, if you remember, I brought the family up, was a farmer, a farm worker. There was a farm down the street from the Nita family during World War II and pre-World War II. The Nita family were Japanese, and they had taken in Salvador Quintana in. This is one of our histories of Santana, where there was this love, and they taught him jiu-jitsu, they taught him the language, they made him family. Salvador Quintana was from Delhi community, and the Nita family, unfortunately, during World War II, they were taken to concentration camps because they were Japanese, and they asked Salvador Quintana to take care of their farm for them. Salvador took care of the farm, and upon them coming back home, he signed back over the deed to the family, to the Nita family. And this just shows the love, the history of love that Santaneros have for each other and how we care for each other. And I think it would be great for us to name this park after such a beautiful story and the values that we have in Santana of being united, of having Latinos and Asians coming together and really enjoying Santana and being part Santaneros together, and that is who we have become. So I'm going to recommend that we named as the Salvador Quintana Park. Thank
I'll
you.
second your motion, Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez because when I saw the recommendation, I was like, why call it that? Why don't we just call it El Parque, right? You know, it's like I don't know, for those of you, and I'm going to age myself here, Ralph's used to have these T-shirts they sold, and on the front it said T-shirt. I mean, that's what it reminded me of. It was like, what a generic, terrible name. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, because I remember Councilmember Hernandez and I having the conversation about Ed Carruthers, and you know, it was something where, same thing, we just did not have what I would consider a suitable name. And our city's history is so rich. How could we not personalize the name of the park, especially with so many people worth memorializing? So with that, I'll go ahead and support Mayor Pro Tem's motion. So thank you for doing that research and thank you for bringing that forward.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to support the item also. Mr. City Manager, if we have another park, I'd like us to bring a little bit more diversity. I know we have the Carruthers Park and the Aguilera. I know she had some questions about the name of the park. The Aguilera Artista Park, and now we'll have this park, the Quintana Park, which I'm good with because my side of the family and my maternal sides are all Quintanas, so I'm good with that. But I'd like us to have some diversity, right? There's some history around the API community, and there's some history around, lots of history around the Caucasian community. So other communities that live in the city, it's not just Latino names. I think there's so much history, right, Councilman Fan?
Yeah, Tyviot Fan Park sounds great.
Sounds good to me, too.
I mean,
all right,
That's a motion.
Do you want me to make that motion?
I'll second it.
thank you.
We'll
Sure
make that
would.
motion for a bougie park for her. So I just think we need to look at, looking at different groups of people and the names and the history that they have brought to our city. So, and I'm going to support this item as well. So there's a motion and a second. If there's no other comments, let's prepare to vote, please.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, seconded by Councilmember Peñalosa, to approve the naming of the park located at the southwest corner of the intersection of Bristol and Tolliver Streets as Salvador Quintana Park. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
So just for clarification, because I know there was confusion about another park we had, the park will be named Salvador Quintana Park. There's a big sign for us, Mr. City Manager.
Understood.
All right. Okay, item number 20 is the amendment for rotational towing and storage service agreements. It was an item continued from the last meeting. I actually am the one that pulled that item. I don't have
Madam
any
Mayor,
questions.
I just have to recuse myself from item 20 due to campaign contributions from Metro Pro Road Services.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I'll leave the room.
Thank you. And as he's leaving, I'll wait till he's done to. So it is the rotational towing item, and that was my item that I pulled, and I received my answers, so I don't have any questions or comments, so I'll make a motion.
Second.
Thank you. No other comments or questions? Let's prepare to vote, please.
A motion by Mayor Mesqua, seconded by Councilmember Becerra, to approve the Third Amendment for rotational towing and storage services for the police department, as listed on the recommended action for item number 20. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
No.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 5 ayes, 1 nay. Nay by Councilmember Lopez, and a noted recusal by Councilmember Peñalosa. Motion carries.
Okay, item number 22 is a requested item by Councilmember Lopez. This is also from the previous city council meeting. Councilmember Lopez, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. So I wanted to bring this item forth because I realized in having conversations with the chief of police and with different residents of our city that we actually don't have any in-car video recording systems. And as the attached council member requested item states, and I hope that everybody on the dais and off the dais took the time to read it. It's not that long. I think that it can be beneficial to our city. And so I'm hoping that this will be an opportunity for all of the departments to work together to figure out what is going to be the best practice for the city if the city council believes that this item can help reduce litigation, can help improve relationships in the community, and can help provide more accountability and clarity. That way, events are recorded and the council isn't necessarily put in the middle trying to decipher what actually happened or what didn't happen. And so, so yeah, I hope that the departments are able to continue to work together to figure out what the final policy and implementation plan is going to be.
Thank you. Councilmember comments, Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't be supporting this item, and the reason being is that honestly, it's a redundant item. We already have body-worn cameras on our officers. If there is, for some reason, a belief that the cameras are not being turned on in time, or there's some sort of problem with the policy regarding the existing infrastructure, then perhaps we should kick that down to our Police Oversight Commission and let them provide their input for us to consider, or for the city manager and the police chief to consider. If there's going to be a discussion about allocating resources for cameras, my advice would be looking at actually surveilling criminals. So for instance, maybe deploying cameras on East First Street where you see rampant open drug use. That would be a much better use of our resources. Heck, I'd be happy to get some over along the UP right away, because as you heard from many folks tonight, there's a lot of criminal activity taking place along the Union Pacific Railroad right away in our city. That's where we would need cameras. Our officers already have cameras, so I do not see the need to have redundant cameras. Thanks.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am fully supportive of this item. I think that this item is important to establish trust with the city and to improve best practices. This is something I fought for in 2022, given that the city's paid out a large number of lawsuits related to hit and runs that have occurred within police-issued vehicles. There's a number of public lawsuits that we've had to pay out over the course of my career here. I believe that for us to build public accountability and trust, we need to have an objective record. We need a record that is clear and unbiased, and having dash cams at the front of the vehicle and dash cams in the back of our vehicles also enhances transparency. That allows us to have the presence of cameras, and that allows officers to better perform their duties. In addition to that, this also reduces misconduct and complaints. Knowing that actions are recorded, and it goes both ways, for people who are detained in a police vehicle and those who are driving the police vehicles, it ensures and it encourages officers to act professionally, ethically, and within the law. And this also decreases the number of complaints and allegations of misconduct by having a very clear record of transport, somebody being picked up, and ultimately we can have from point A to point Z, covered and accounted for. And furthermore, this is also going to provide a clear evidence collection for the city. It's going to be able to help us with getting to the bottom of, what happens when somebody is taken from point A to point B. Sometimes we've had officer involved incidents where people, have went into cardiac arrest on transport to a police department. This helps us ensure that we can have the highest level of incident review. So I'm fully supportive of that, and those will be my comments. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'm going to support this item as well. It's to build up public trust. It also not only protects the public, it protects the police from false accusations, and it's a verifiable evidence for trial. So I'm going to support this. Thank you.
I don't know. Are you going to take an hour? Go ahead, Councilmember Fan.
Well, now that I have an hour, no, I'd love to see this come back. The fact that LAPD and our own sheriff's department already have this. I'd love to see how it could be implemented. What are the benefits of this? What are the cons? How much would it cost? How much would it cost to retrofit all the cars? Let's get some data and see if it is going to be something that is going to be helpful for us, because, there are so many times when a body cam is so close, you might not see everything. I think it could either exonerate activity, or it can, ensure that we fix any shortcomings. So I'd be supportive of getting more information on this, and let's see where we can go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fan. I have a couple questions. Who will be the one to answer them?
Since
Thank
it deals with police, I would delegate it to the chief of police. Thank you.
It's got to earn this. Thank you, Chief. So we're now in the era of body-worn cameras, right? So they go on, 30-second delay. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, so all our officers in the field are equipped with the body-worn camera that when turned on, there's what's called a 30-second buffer. It does record, but it goes 30 seconds prior to turning it on, and it records from there moving forward to when they turn off the camera.
And so I see here, and Councilmember Fan mentioned it, and I see it as well, that LAPD and the Orange County Sheriff's Department, did they have that prior to body-worn cameras?
I believe they did have, I can't confirm for sure, but I believe those agencies actually had dash cams before they had body-worn cameras.
So when it comes back, can you please get that information
Yes.
for us? My next question is, so the cameras on the cars, what is the coverage, right? So there were comments about, safety inside a car. So it's not inside a car, it's outside, or can you explain?
Yes, there's systems that most commonly referred to as dash cams. Those are cameras that are either placed by the rear view mirror forward facing, and it captures the field of view of, forward of the police vehicle. There are some cameras that can be put on top of the police vehicle that cover a 360 view, somewhat of a 360 view. That's a different type of camera. So there are various systems. I'm not familiar with any agency who has a full camera view of inside the vehicle, but I'm sure we can research and bring that back.
And so, Mr. City Manager, when it comes back, there is a cost. I mean, there's a huge cost. And Chief, how many patrol cars would we need to purchase cameras for?
It's approximately, from what I remember, approximately about 50 plus vehicles, 54, 50, somewhere around there.
Around 54, give or
Yes.
take a few vehicles.
Yes.
Okay. And so even do our detectives, when they go out interview, their body-worn cameras turn on as well, correct?
Yes, they have body-worn cameras if they go out in the field, yes.
Okay. So, Mr. City Manager, what I would like, and from the chief, is more data. And so when you bring it back, what agencies use it? What year did they start using it? Because are they now all focused on body-worn cameras? That's a priority, because that's how, when officers get out of their car, it activates and they're engaging with the community. And I agree that the body-worn cameras have been good for the community. They've also been great for law enforcement, because if they do something good, we see it. If they do something bad, we also see that. So I would like to know the exact cost, because, and where is that funding going to come from? I meet every month with the neighborhood association leaders. There's about, I'd say 50 different leaders in the room that I meet with them in the community policing room. I know Councilman Becerra and Councilman Penaloza pretty much join me on a regular basis. And the community leaders that attend the neighborhood association meetings with myself and city staff that are present, including the police department, their request is for drones, especially because of the 4th of July. They want to look at it from that aspect, because other cities are using drones, which is helping our police department in a multitude of ways. And so it's been so beneficial for law enforcement. And I'm not saying I won't support this, but what I'd like is, I'd like more information. What is the cost going to be? Where is the funding going to come from? Because sometimes up here people like to say, well, pull it from police. Well, You can't pull the funding from police all the time if we are asking Colt to be out there 7 days a week from sunup to sundown. You can't pull it from the police if we're asking our director of patrol to address the criminal element in our community. You can't pull it from police when we have constituents coming here saying, the gentleman, I thank him, that moved into Councilman Penaloza's ward, said he lives off of Spurgeon, and the officers have responded to his request. And so if we keep pulling money, or that's the recommendation up here by a couple of council members, is we'll just take it from that pot. Well, if you keep taking it from that pot, eventually that pot's going to be empty. And so to me, it's very important. What agencies use these cameras on their cars now in 2025? Who is investing their money in the cameras on the cars? And is it better to invest in better body-worn cameras? I mean, I'm not the expert. You are, Chief, and your staff, and Mr. City Manager. And then also, you know, maybe there's a discussion with the neighborhood association leaders when I meet with them at the end of this month to say, what is it that you guys are looking for as well? And I'm going to ask them at the next meeting, what are they looking for? Because we sit up here and we say that we want to hear from our constituents. And you're talking about neighborhood leaders who, I think if the council members say, you know, hey, Mayor, I'd like to join you at this one, and they can hear from them what they really want as neighborhood leaders, I think it would be great. So I will support it after I hear, I mean, I'll hold my support till after I get a full report. I think we're all asking for that. And then, again, 360 or, you know, 90-degree angle or full, you know, I mean, those are all the things that we have to look at. And correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, you said that they're not recording what's happening inside the car.
Correct.
So that would be a separate device to put inside a car, correct?
Yes, that would be a separate system. If we wanted something to record inside the vehicle, that's a complete separate system. And all these cameras would also need some type of infrastructure for storing of data, which is another associated cost.
And that is stored in the police department here in the city, and that's a cost, right?
Yes.
So the body-worn camera video, we store that?
Yes.
And how much is that? Do you know roughly?
I would have to find out the actual cost. It's on evidence.com, so it's evidence cloud, so it is stored in a cloud.
So can you make sure to include that in the report, please, that you bring back to us?
Yes.
Okay, so if there's a Councilman Penaloza?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank my colleague. I am supportive of seeing more information come back to us, kind of along the lines of Councilmember Fan, and seeing the data of what this looks like, how we could implement this into our police department. And I think there's creative ways to not only help to ensure police accountability and continue on that path, but in partnering with just like license plate recognition cameras. I know that we, a couple months ago, brought that on as a city, as a police department, and I think there's ways where we could do all of the above, kill two birds with one stone. If we're gonna move into this investment down this route, if we're gonna have dashboard cams, I think we should see what else they can do, right? To ensure the public safety. So very supportive of seeing this data come back to us, this research, implementation, rollout plans, all that good stuff. So yeah, let's see what you guys could bring back. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, can we have this back either the first meeting in January? Would that give you enough time?
How about second meeting in January?
Second meeting, I see the chief saying, yeah, second meeting in January.
Yes.
Everybody's good with that?
Mayor, it does look like Councilmember Lopez would like to speak again.
Go ahead, Councilmember Lopez.
Oh, thank you, City Clerk. And I actually like Councilmember Penaloza's, request of seeing what more can the cameras accomplish if we're going to make this investment. I'm supportive of that. And so making sure that when you come back with the city report or a report out, you include what are the capabilities of having dash cameras. Super supportive of that. And also I would say to Councilmember Becerra that you already voted to install surveillance cameras. You did that in May with the Flock contract. So no worries there, Councilmember. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may respond.
Yes.
I really wonder if Councilmember Lopez understands what those cameras do. They're license plate readers. They don't do full body scans. They don't do health checks. They're literally just looking at license plates. So I know that you send out a newsletter where you claim that there's something to do with immigration, mass surveillance, all kinds of conspiracies. But I mean, Chief, if you wouldn't mind, just to clear the air, because I'm not the law enforcement professional, but when we approve those.
No, I think if there's a conversation that's going to happen.
I'm sorry, nobody asked. I was asking the chief.
Hold on.
Mayor, if I just may.
Hold on. I just want to make sure Councilmember Lopez can hear me too. We're not going to interrupt each other. So thank you very much. I got it. All right. Let Councilman Becerra please finish.
No, go ahead, Chief.
The question was to you, Chief. Or Council.
I think, so, yes, understood, and Mayor, your meeting. We just want to stand within the parameters so we don't expand more the discussion, though I understand what the intention is here.
So the discussion on the agenda is
Correct, I
whether to do
understand.
this, and I think I heard direction go back.
So, City Attorney, I'm not asking for action. I'm asking for clarification. What do the flock cameras do?
The flock cameras are not the subject of the item. I just want to make
They
sure.
were brought up, and so for clarity, I would like to know what they do. Don't jump at once.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. For clarity, the flock cameras, all they do is capture license plates.
Nothing else?
They read a license plate on vehicles.
Nothing else?
Nothing else.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was really simple. We just wanted clarification. He wanted clarification here. So, okay. So, Mr. City Manager, I think you have direction. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, second meeting in January, it will come back. And if the council members want to have further discussion with you, they can meet with you and the police chief and talk about what they're requesting additionally. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. So item number 23 was requested by Councilmember Penalosa. Councilmember Penalosa, the floor is yours. Sorry, your time is up now.
So item 23 is 2 seconds, everybody, patience. So item 23 is basically to discuss and consider providing direction to the city manager to prepare a resolution in support of California Prop 50, also known as the Election Rigging Response Act. Proposition 50, known as the Election Rigging Response Act, will appear on the November 4th, 2025 special election ballot. This measure is not just another policy question, it is a direct response to the dangerous trend of partisan manipulation of congressional districts, most recently seen in the state of Texas, where maps were redrawn mid-decade to tilt the balance of power. If left unchecked, these practices threaten the very foundation of our democracy and representative government. I asking my colleagues for support to bring this back, but I did want to, Madam City Attorney, and if because the election's already happening and ballots are already in the mail, if I wanted to is there a way where I could make this an emergency resolution, or what would be the protocol and vote on that today? I mean, just yes or no. I mean,
No, because we don't have a resolution. I mean, you can take it is on the agenda.
Well,
you
the
can take a
resolution's
vote to say it
attached.
supports.
I'm sorry?
Yes, we don't normally do that. If the resolution, if it's released in the agenda report, it would be a big departure from how we usually do things. I think I'd really look to our chair to see if that's something she would entertain. So legally, it is in the packet.
It's fine. A couple residents asked me that question, and the resolution is on the agenda, and we have done that once or twice on my time on the city council. So I was just asking if that would. It's yes or no. It could come back in 2 weeks. No big deal.
I think because it's in the agenda packet, it is not something that's being it's not a surprise to the public. I would look to our chair to see whether she would entertain that. And it is, and I would want the whole council to know it's out of our normal process. But I think because it's there, if the city council wanted to adopt this resolution, it's not like an ordinance where we do a first and second, it's just a statement of policy.
Okay.
And it's on a support issue that I think is consistent with your legislative platform. I think those are the reasons what would make it different.
Right.
And would allow you to take action on it. If you'd
Okay,
like to
fair
do
enough. It could come back in 2 weeks. I was just trying to.
I know, but if the chair would like to do that, it's there, so it's up to you.
Okay. But yes, asking my colleagues for support on this resolution. Thank you.
Yes, we're
Mayor,
supportive
we
of it,
consider
and we
it.
can bring
Thank
it
you.
back. We can bring it back in 2 weeks. Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Part of this as well, and thank you for bringing it up, Councilmember Peñalosa. I appreciate the work. We got our ballots yesterday. We're ready to vote. Please vote as you will to the public. As many people need to vote as possible. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you. Fully supportive of the item. Thank you very much.
Mr. City Manager, you have direction?
Yes, I do.
I think there was 1, 2, 3. Anybody opposed? All right, we're good. Councilmember Lopez? No comments?
opposition.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay.
So it'll be at the next council meeting, Mr. City Manager?
Next council.
For sure. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, item number 24 is discuss and consider providing direction to City Manager, Councilmember Lopez, the floor is all yours.
Yes, thank you. So the purpose of this item is to really alert the council and also our residents about the problem of algorithmic price fixing in the rental housing markets, which is responsible for driving up rents for our constituents, and to offer solutions to combat it. Because across the country, private equity firms are now turning to a new tool to raise rents and further exacerbate the housing crisis, which is the software algorithms. And people might have heard of this already because the Attorney General of Arizona really brought this to light a couple months ago. And so third-party services offer recommendations to corporations that promise to boost their profits while driving up housing costs. And these recommendations are based on sensitive proprietary data or publicly available data sets regarding local housing markets. And in some metro areas, the use of rent fixing software algorithms has played a significant role in double-digit rent increases. And that's information, that's not a conspiracy, that's information that's available to the public. And so the danger here of algorithmic rent setting is, again, exacerbated by a trend towards consolidation in local housing markets as more units ultimately wind up in the hands of large institutional corporations, private equity. And so these software algorithms can really facilitate rent increases even in less concentrated housing markets. There are pending lawsuits, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, I think the lawsuit was settled recently in regards to this issue. And so some of the things that are really concerning are some of the facts and statistics that have come out in terms of how, like, for example, in Phoenix, Arizona, and Tucson, they have been able to show the overcharges of 12% and 13%, respectively, across tens of thousands of units. And so rent setting algorithms also lead to higher rates of eviction, which is something that the city would feel and continues to feel in terms of people being unlawfully evicted. And that's a major issue because one of the main concerns of the city that we hear from our constituents that we heard today is addressing the homelessness issue in our city. And how do you reduce people entering homelessness, which is much more costly and time consuming to get folks back into housing or other services. And so for example, when these corporations adopt some of these rent recommendations, the increased turnover rates is 15 percentage points, which is significantly high, meaning that tenants have to find new places because of the unattainable rent increases. And that's actually something that we're already seeing here in the city, particularly with seniors. And so part of how this works is that essentially these corporations, private equity firms across local markets share private data regarding their rental properties, including current rents, available square footage, vacancy levels. And then they use that data in publicly available data sets to estimate supply and demand for rental housing specific to particular geographic areas and unit types. And so there's a lot of information that I really encourage all of our constituents to read through because in November of 2023, the District of Columbia Attorney General filed suit in the District of Columbia Superior Court. And also, as I mentioned earlier, the Arizona Attorney General filed suit in 2024. And part of why this case became so or gained so much attention was, essentially these businesses not allowing the free market to be what the free market should be, and really conspiring to fix prices for renters, not just in California, but throughout the entire state. And so I really urge my colleagues, I hope that they were able to read the information included in the staff report. And I encourage our residents to also read the information, because I think that this would be beneficial for us to have. And I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone in the council may ask.
Any comments by the council? Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to be on the record. I'm fully supportive of this item. City Manager, thank you.
Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The councilwoman mentioned pending lawsuits, and I would ask our Madam City Attorney to clarify. I literally just last night looked online, and I saw that Berkeley is still going back and forth with the company RealPage. So my understanding is they may be working towards some sort of resolution. Berkeley, the city of Berkeley, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam City Attorney, the city of Berkeley has hit pause on the ordinance that they have right now, or their restrictions, because they want to explore possible resolution of this lawsuit. But as of right now, Berkeley does not have this proposal active because, again, this pending litigation, correct?
That is correct. And as you know, I consult with all of you when you bring these items. I did send Councilmember Lopez an email that described that situation, and I shared with her a copy of the staff report. You probably saw that staff report if you went online,
Yes.
in which the city council, they adopted the ordinance. There was a lawsuit, and then staff went back. It was from the city attorney's office to the City of Berkeley Council saying, we would like you to rescind or put your ordinance on hold while we see what we can do with this litigation. And that was as of mid-August, I recall. So there's been no further progress.
Okay, and here we are just at the very beginning of October. So thank you for that clarification. I don't know that I would have any issue with the proposal. What I do have an issue with is jumping on the bandwagon and falling off the cliff with another city. I'd rather not do that. I'd rather be patient and wait for the resolution of this lawsuit with the city of Berkeley. So my ask of my colleagues right now would be to hold off, and let's wait and see what the outcome is of this litigation with the city of Berkeley and the company RealPage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Becerra, and thank you for bringing that up, because if we all recall, we waited for Costa Mesa to settle the lawsuit. They spent, I believe, $15 million around the sober living homes, and I see Ellie nodding his head. I believe it was $15 million. And so once that was complete, Costa Mesa won. The city of Santa Ana and many other cities just took that ordinance, and we copied it. And so we like doing those things. We don't want to spend $15 million in our own lawsuit. So I have to agree, if there is pending litigation, I support this, but I would like to wait to see what happens. And did you say in San Francisco, Madam City Attorney? In Berkeley.
City of Berkeley.
In the city of Berkeley, if we can wait, Councilmember Lopez, if you're okay with that, and look, once they get through their court case, then we bring it forward and move it through. I would support that. Anybody else? Comments? I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much. I as well wanted to bring this forward, and thank you, Councilmember Lopez, for bringing it up ahead. I do appreciate it, and San Diego did have a strong enforcement on it. Laws must include meaningful enforcement measures like penalties and an ability for tenants to sue violators, as San Diego has enacted. So I'll be in support, and I do like the wait and see, and we can move forward when it comes again, if it's good with Councilmember Lopez, because I do support this wholeheartedly, and let's see what happens in Berkeley as we move forward.
So Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. So what I hear you saying is we're all in support, but we'd like to wait for Berkeley. Is that correct? Your mic. Sorry.
We can agree and tell the staff, hey, we're agreeing with this. Let's move forward. When Berkeley goes, we go with it.
That's great. I think that's, if no objections up
I
there.
would say let's wait to see what happens with
Right.
Berkeley before we jump in the pool.
Correct, that's what you said. Is that what you said?
Oh, because I had heard that, what I heard you say was we're going to just jump right in. It's like, well, let's wait till we have a decision before we say what we're going to
No,
do.
he said
Thank
we'll
you.
wait for Berkeley. I'll clarify it for you. Okay, all right. Okay, so Councilman Panaloso?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Lopez, for the item. I think it's an important item, and it's just one of those when we start realizing how fast AI and automation is just moving in every aspect of our lives, and housing isn't an exception, and the rental market's no exception. And I know there's a lot of changes that are still unknowns, right, in how this is going to affect the world around us. So definitely supportive of seeing information come back of what this would look like in Santa Ana, but also, moving this slowly until we see what happens in these other cities. But supportive of just the item in general, of moving something forward, but waiting for that litigation to play out and see what that's like. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Friend?
I agree with everyone. Thank you.
All right. Any last comments, Councilmember Lopez?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate everybody's openness about the item. And, I understand the concern with Berkeley. It's one of the things that I discussed with the city attorney when we met and discussed this item. And just for the council's knowledge and the public's knowledge as well, they're not the only city that has, discussed implementing this. Other cities in California have already implemented this. And so one of the things that I had discussed with the city attorney was for her to reach out to the other city attorneys, divisions in those cities to figure out if they were also being sued, or if that was just a tactic to try to intimidate cities from preventing their constituents from receiving these rent spikes. So hopefully that will come back to us soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Lopez. Mr. City Manager, I think you have direction.
Yes, understood.
Great, thank you. Item number 25 is a work study session. It is the Permanent Supportive Housing Inspection Work Study. Mr. City Manager, may we have the presentation, please?
Yes, Councilmember, Executive Director.
I'm not a council member, I'm the mayor.
You're right, you're the mayor, excuse me.
I just want to clarify.
Yes, Mayor, absolutely, my mistake. This is just a follow-up on the May 6th meeting regarding concerns and oversight on permanent supported housing here in the city of Santa Ana. Our Executive Director of Community Development, Mike Garcia, will make the presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. As the city manager mentioned, this is following up from the May 6th City Council meeting. We're going to be providing an overview of permanent supportive housing in the city, going over our current inspection and monitoring processes for these properties, providing information on the responses and concerns from city council members on May 6th, and also going over options for enhancing our inspections and monitoring of these permanent supportive housing projects. The work study back is following up from, as I mentioned, concerns on public health, safety, and welfare in permanent supportive housing communities. And we also wanted to highlight the importance of addressing legal and privacy concerns for tenants. Additionally, concerns were brought by the City Council, and they focused on how future inspection actions must comply with HUD's federal regulations and supported through legal review. We've been working with our staff in the City Attorney's Office, the Santa Ana Police Department, and code enforcement staff. We're also going to provide additional information on the number of units affected or included within our permanent supportive housing projects in the city. So over the last 10 years, the City Council has approved the development and funding of 488 permanent supportive housing units that are housed within 11 different developments. Permanent supportive housing projects and communities serve chronically homeless individuals. These are some of the hardest to serve homeless individuals who have disabilities, and they have the highest acuity levels and most barriers to maintaining housing. And so we're happy that we do have housing projects that are helping this population. These communities provide long-term housing and wraparound supportive services to residents that really need these supportive services to maintain their housing and not lapse back into homelessness. The following table gives an outline of the different housing projects within the city, and highlighted with a little asterisk are the properties that have 100% of their units funded with permanent supportive housing individuals that are funded through our project-based voucher program. There are 6 of these projects in the city. They include The Orchard, Heroes Landing, Casa Querencia, Estrella Springs, Wise Place, and FX Residences. These projects were approved by City Council from mid-2016 to mid-2022. For example, there was $1.2 million in home funds that were provided from HUD to convert the formerly dilapidated guest house motel on East First into The Orchard. In 2017, mid-2017, the City Council awarded 56 project-based vouchers for the Aqua Motel, which is now Casa Querencia on 17th Street near the 5 freeway. And recently, $5.2 million was awarded for Wise Place, with 25 project-based vouchers to convert Wise Place into permanent supportive housing for women. The federal requirement for the Department of Housing and Urban Development requires public housing authorities to conduct inspections of a sample of 20% of the permanent supportive housing units every 2 years. And in Santa Ana, prior to 2025, we were doing every unit every year. And in 2025, we converted to change those inspections to twice a year. When our inspectors go into these properties, we're looking for physical damage, structural integrity, that the essential utilities are functioning, the safety and security of the properties, such as looking at carbon monoxide and smoke detectors, so sanitation and proper ventilation is present, and that there is no presence of or storage of hazardous materials that are unsafe. We also perform complaint-based and special inspections when health and safety issues are reported from tenants. We looked at what other jurisdictions are doing. 3 large public housing authorities that we looked at: Orange County Housing Authority, Anaheim, and Long Beach Housing Authority. They do the required 20% inspection every 2 years of their permanent supportive housing units, and so we're happy to say that Santa Ana exceeds those HUD requirements. We also wanted to look at the calls for service at our permanent supportive housing projects. What you don't see here is Archways, Estrella Springs, FX Residences, Wise Place. These were not included because we were looking at the time frame from July 1 of 2024 through June 30th of 2025. And these were newer projects that don't have data for that 1-year time frame. Of note, and what was of note for us especially, was the calls for service at The Orchard, Casa Querencia, and Heroes Landing. And these, among those that we looked at in that 1-year time frame, are the 100% permanent supportive housing projects. So we're going to continue to follow our new 2025 model of inspecting every unit twice a year. We have stepped up the number of meetings we're conducting with The Orchard and Casa Querencia property managers. We're going to be tracking monthly calls for service from Santa Ana PD at all 11 project sites. And we're also looking at ways that we can issue notices to comply when there are concerns brought not only from maybe code enforcement violation issues, calls for service, or from tenants. Excuse me. Something that has happened lately is we are increasing communication with property owners. We are making our concerns about access onto properties and other security concerns like people propping open doors and gates onto the property. And what we would like to do is to increase the amount of community activities. So we're making these suggestions to property managers and seeing if that will help create a sense of community within these properties, if maybe neighborhood watch programs from tenants could be implemented. SAHA, the Santa Ana Housing Authority, will assign a staff member to focus on coordination with property managers, and we hope that these type of preventive measures can go a long way toward improving the quality of life at these projects. We've been speaking with Santa Ana PD. They are ready to conduct visits at each of the non-100% project public PSH projects, and on a monthly basis, Santa Ana PD to do a walkthrough of each of the 100% permanent supportive housing projects. We're going to be working through those details. We have funding in our housing division to be able to help with those inspections, and they would be looking at doing walkthroughs on site in coordination with the property manager and the on-site service provider. And we'd like to do, this is what we're looking at right now, is randomly selecting 5 of the units within the 100% permanent supportive housing projects and entering upon given the right to enter to inspect from the tenant. Another example that we want to look at modeling is the HACLA, the Housing Authority of the City of LA. They have a memorandum of agreement with their LAPD, and LAPD has a community safety partnership program that they implement, and it's a relationship-based program. These are actually conducted on HACLA's 4 of their public housing sites. So they are different from Santa Ana. They actually own and operate their public housing, a few of their public housing sites. And so the MOA helps cover inspections and activities by the Community Safety Partnership team from LAPD at Jordan Downs, Imperial Courts, Nickerson Gardens, and Ramona Gardens. I wanted to go back to the calls for service and what activities we have been doing since March of 2025. After seeing the number of calls for service, Santa Ana Housing Authority issued a notice to comply, which included 2 major changes, changing out property management, as well as bringing on 24/7 security to the orchard. Community Development Partners, the owner, did do that, and they switched out FPI management, brought in Quality Management Group, and they started 24/7 security service at the site, at the orchard, starting April 7th. And Quality Management Group actually changed to doing property management at all of their properties in Santa Ana, which include not only the orchard, but Casa Querencia, as well as La Placita Cinco and the Archways. There are no permanent supportive housing units at Casa Querencia, but it was easier for them to go with one property management group. And we looked at the different types of calls for service, and in particular, we're concerned about the narcotic investigations. And so based on that, we issued 2 different notices to comply. We've been working with Mercy House, and they've been, which is their on-site services provider, providing wraparound services. They've been conducting monthly inspections with a form checklist. And we've been trying to work on a monthly meeting, which is going to start October 14th with myself, my housing manager, community development partners, Frank Gutierrez, our commander, and communicating clear expectations that we want to monitor progress and have coordinated follow-up meetings, including access to their security cameras at the Orchard. Some additional ideas we have working with the Orchard would be how we can do preventative measures, the property manager might be able to implement. There are different programs that have worked at different housing projects, including like having community film parties where they can watch films as a group. They can attend coordinated Super Bowl parties, holiday celebrations. These are the types of things that help create a sense of community on a project, and we think that would help at those sites. In speaking with the city attorney's office, we reviewed the different agreements that are in place for permanent supportive housing projects. These are HUD form agreements that follow different federal regulations. They are provided to us by HUD. The agreements are really based on how physical condition of units and publicly accessible areas can be maintained and must be maintained by the developer and the operator. As a housing authority, Santa Ana Housing Authority can fail a property and in particular a unit if they do not meet high quality standards provided by HUD. And we can actually work on canceling a tenant's voucher. At this point, Santa Ana has never, however, removed a project-based voucher from a landlord per their HUD agreement. In addition to the original agreement on property maintenance, we also have a home loan agreement. And these home loan agreements, again, focus on the developer maintaining the property and providing a reasonable amount of time to cure deficiencies in the property. But in addition to these property maintenance agreements, we can be looking at things like Title 24, Subtitle A, Part 5, Subpart 1, which talks about what authority the property owner has for evicting drug activity, folks that are doing drug activity on their property. And we will be following up with our city attorney's office as well as Santa Ana PD to see how we can help with issues occurring at different properties and in particular the Orchard in our city. Again, another part of our property maintenance agreements include the home loan agreement, section 12.1, and it provides a written notice process for resolving those issues with the city. And I wanted to open it up for the city council to ask questions. We want to hear what additional activities we could be conducting as a housing authority, and what suggestions we could relay to the property owner and Mercy House at the Orchard. We do have representatives from Community Development Partners and Mercy House here, and staff is ready for any questions or comments from council.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. We appreciate the presentation. I'm sure a few of us up here were looking forward to this presentation, if not all of us. Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, this item is before us because our council received notice that the Orchard was being served a warrant for a narcotic investigation. That warrant resulted in the seizure of crack cocaine, heroin, methamphetamines, fentanyl, and quite a bit of cash related to the narcotic activity. So that was back in February of this year. Yes. So in your presentation, and thank you for it, Director Garcia, so you talked about some, use the term improvements, right? So you guys are doing twice a year inspections instead of once a year, and there was a pivot in property management, et cetera, et cetera. So that first, well, at least the one that got on the council's radar, that first instance was in February of this year. In September of this year, per the staff report for this item, SAPD conducted 2 separate narcotic investigations on September 3rd. Now, when we say 2 separate investigations, we don't mean February and September. We mean 2 in September, right? Related to criminal investigation for warrants. So my question for you is, so your improvements that you've done, are they working?
I would say that having the Santa Ana Police Department doing undercover investigation and surveillance is helping to solve the issues at the Orchard.
I'm going to bet you that everybody up here has not had that kind of activity near their home. So I'm going to ask you again, is this working? So in other words, you have, where the community development partners, you met with them, sternly wagged your finger at them, they changed property management, and the result was another 2 warrants. They doubled it. 2 warrants being served on this property.
That's right.
So again, I'm going to ask you, do you think things are working?
I'd like them to continue to solve these type of issues.
I'd like a lot of things, but is this working? Is this approach working?
I would say yes, sir.
So you think double the warrants being served on this property for criminal activity, that's your definition of things are working?
I would say it's working on our side of the, let me clarify, on our side of the ledger as far as wanting to monitor, provide oversight. That's a good partnership right there between Santa Ana Housing Authority and Santa Ana PD.
Look, and I'm not going to keep belittling what you're saying. My concern with this whole item being brought forward, I don't care if you do 1 inspection or 100 inspections. The numbers that I see here, 336 calls for service. That's on par, or very darn close to being on par, with the properties that we are pursuing abatement action on East 1st Street. Right?
Yes, sir.
So my concern is these are folks, these aren't market rate units. These are folks that are in permanent supportive housing. They need this support. You're basically telling me it's okay that the AA meeting is next to the bar. No big deal. We've had meetings with the bar. We're good. No, there is serious narcotic activity happening in here. I have some serious concerns. And by the way, when this item first came up, when I brought this item forward, my concerns were at one level. After reading the staff report, they are much more elevated. Because I didn't know at the time, I don't think any of us knew the level of calls for service. The Orchard, 336, that's on East 1st Street in Ward 3. We've got Casa Carencia, 306. Now, whether it's police being in those units, I don't care. What I want to achieve, which, by the way, I'm not going to ask you, I'm just going to tell you, I don't believe what you're doing is working. I don't believe what Community Development Partners is doing is working at all. Because if it was, we wouldn't see these numbers for calls for service, and we wouldn't see the level of criminal activity. So what I would like to see tonight, and I'll defer to my colleagues if what they want to see, what I'd like to see is for staff to come back with something that is not we increased our inspections from 1 to 2 a year. We're going to have a movie in the middle of the project while narcotic activity is still going on. I want these folks to feel safe. These are our most vulnerable. We are out there as a city. I tell people all the time, we don't lead with enforcement. We lead with offers of service. But this is the offer of service we're giving them? Here's a unit. Oh, by the way, you're recovering from drug addiction? Ignore the narcotic activity that the police are going in serving a warrant on next door to you. That's not right. It's not fair. That's not what I'm up here to do. That's not what I think my colleagues are up here to do. I'm not going to accept what you've told me tonight, Director Garcia. I want you to go back to the drawing board. I want you to figure out how we can get these calls for service down. These are our most vulnerable in this community. They deserve that. I had a couple who are in, what's the one on 17th Street, the old Aqua Motel.
Casa Querencia.
So they came all the way down to my office hours at Sandpoint Park, took the bus, it was a couple, a husband and wife, to tell me what they were going through in that development. That was before we got that email from PD that told us the activity that was happening at the Orchard. And now looking at the staff report, seeing that the Orchard and Casa Querencia are having very similar levels of calls for service, it is awful. Director Garcia, this is awful. This is, in fact, this is unacceptable. So tonight, I refuse to accept what you've presented to us. You need to come back to us with something that's results-oriented, not process-oriented. I don't want you to come back with, oh, well, now we're going to do 3 inspections a year. No. I want you to tell me how you're going to reduce the level of calls for service. I want to know that PD doesn't have to go out to these sites because there isn't the same level of narcotic activity. Whether it's the property owner or the property managers, something needs to be done. This is not acceptable. Last thing I'll say, Mayor, and I'll relinquish the floor, but one of the items in the staff report talks about public nuisance abatement action. Perhaps that's the path we need to go. I think it's insane that this city puts money towards these developments to have these sorts of results for those folks. That's not right. It's not fair. It absolutely isn't. Yeah, we've got to do better. This is not acceptable. So, and the last, super duper last thing, I swear, and that is on the vouchers. I know you mentioned something about we've never canceled vouchers before. Let's be clear here. We've got to figure out a way to help these people that are in those units. So when it comes to the vouchers, now you said they were project-based vouchers, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so in other words, these folks, if the vouchers are taken away, they can't take that voucher to another project, correct?
That's correct.
Then you better figure out a way. If these folks need to get out of these developments, we need to figure out a way for them to land somewhere. They signed up. There's a lot of folks out in our city that don't accept services. These folks have. These folks are trying to get better. We can't let them down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Becerra. Mr. Garcia, thank you so much for the presentation. I know we had talked about it months ago, and so thank you, Mr. City Manager, Deputy City Manager. I know we talked about this, and I appreciate it. So Councilman Becerra brought up counseling vouchers. I believe we talked about that, Deputy City Manager. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? Or the City Manager? I'm sorry. I know you or Mike, somebody.
So the permanent supportive housing does have project-based vouchers, which are tied to the unit. So if somebody is taken out of that unit, that voucher stays within. We do have agreements, and I know there's ways of moving forward to remove them under certain circumstances, but I can let Mike elaborate on those.
Mr. Garcia? So what I want to hear is, or want to hear from you, and again, thank you for the presentation, is canceling the vouchers. So if somebody is arrested for dealing drugs on site, there's search warrant served in their room, they get arrested, they get released, and then they go back. Do we cancel vouchers at that time?
You can cancel vouchers with that tenant, and that council can have their voucher taken away. Deputy City Manager is correct. The voucher would stay per the agreement with Community Development Partners at the unit.
Sorry.
At the unit.
Councilman Penalosa was trying to hit me with something. Sorry, go ahead.
Following a conviction, or in this case, their lease agreement at the Orchard has clauses related to like crime-free housing. And so in the case of the individual from February, they were evicted for violating that crime-free policy. Their voucher was canceled with the city, but the project-based voucher stays in that unit in that case unless we amend the agreement with Community Development Partners.
So the voucher stays, but not the person?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm okay with that. So what I hear you saying, and so for the community is, let's say I live there and I have a voucher and I get arrested for dealing methamphetamine and fentanyl, I would lose my voucher, but the residents would still be there for another person to come in.
That's correct.
Okay, so I just want to be clear on that. And so the people that are living in these permanent supportive housing, it's the homeless that have asked for assistance, it's those that need mental health services, who else? Seniors?
Yeah, they can be seniors, folks that have high levels of acuity issues and disabilities. These are folks that have been on our coordinated entry system with the county, sometimes the longest. So these are folks that really need the assistance in these units.
So thank you for sharing that, and I know for me that's why it's really important, and I'm so glad that you gave this presentation, and again, thank you to you and your staff. I know it takes a lot of work, but I want to go to the calls for service. Again, thank you, Santa Ana PD Chief. Thank you so much for your officers assisting in this. Again, we see why we have a need for officers because they're not just out there, doing patrol and doing other things. They have a lot of projects that you guys all work on, and people don't even realize what you're doing, whether it's attending community meetings, school site, council meetings, helping Mike and his team here at these different areas. So the Orchard, 336 calls for service. Mike, Mr. Garcia, you want to go back to that, please?
Yes, and I pulled it up. It's slide 8, and it's, let's see if
So the Orchard, Heroes Landing, and Casa Carencia. And again, who is the property management there?
The Orchard and Casa Querencia are both managed by Quality Management Group, QMG, and it was developed and it's owned by Community Development Partners.
And you've met with them and had conversation?
That's correct, as well as with Mercy House, who helps provide the wraparound the supportive services on site.
So Casa Querencia has 306 calls. Chief or Mr. Garcia, can you tell us what those calls are for? Just give a sample. Is there a slide?
Yeah, let me go to that slide. There we go. So here's an example with the Orchard. There were 83 calls for service for trespassing, 69 calls for service on narcotics, disturbing the peace.
Okay, here we go. I see it. Slide 13.
Slide 13.
So 336 calls for service at the Orchard from July of 2024 to September of 2025. So trespassing, narcotics, disturbing the peace, suspicious, welfare check. So we're talking senior citizens, those that need mental health services, those who are homeless. There's a whole array of people that live here, correct? That have different needs and
That's correct.
Need services. So when we say welfare check, do you have any idea, or Chief, does anybody, what are we doing? What are we checking for? What are the calls?
A welfare check usually, typically is a call. It can vary, but it usually depends on whether a neighbor or a family member calls. They haven't heard from their family member, and they request that we do a welfare check to see if their family member or relative is okay. But it could also include just checking in on each other's neighbors.
So thank you, Chief. I know what the definition of welfare check. I'm more concerned, and maybe you don't have that information, and if you can send that, Mike, over to me, Chief. When you say welfare checks at these properties, I'd like to know what type of welfare checks.
Oh, okay. Yes.
So, and I don't expect you to have that tonight. Trespassing, I understand. Narcotics, 69 calls for service of narcotics. Can anybody elaborate on that?
We just documented the type of narcotics calls. Most of the time, based on what I see here, it's probably going to be narcotics use, narcotics activity in the location or at the facility.
So when you drive by, you see them in the front using drugs, because I've driven by, and so you get a call for narcotic use, and then the police department responds.
Correct.
Okay. And so, Mr. Garcia, whose responsibility is it to ensure that that type of behavior is not occurring at these sites?
In addition to their on-site security, it would be important for the property management at the property to keep their eye on activities, to make sure that it's not easy to enter onto the property, that tenants are not propping open doors to let other folks in. They're not hopping the block wall from the north or getting into the garden area from the north at the orchard.
So is that Mercy House and Community Development Partners?
Yes, as well as QMG, Quality Management.
QMG and Community Development Partners and Mercy House.
And Mercy House is really there to provide counseling and case management and different other supportive services for staff. But we'd like them to serve as additional eyes and ears on site as our inspectors will when they're doing their HQS inspections.
So you will be meeting now, from what you said, with Commander Gutierrez, and then your staff will be meeting on a regular basis starting this month?
That's correct.
And how often?
We're going to determine in the first meeting, October 14th, what the schedules will be, if they're going to be Zoom meetings. My staff had already been meeting on a frequent basis, monthly in fact, to talk about vacancy and occupancy issues at units at the Orchard and at Casa Querencia. So.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, I would just say, I thank you again for this presentation. There's a lot of really good information in here, especially the calls for service, which are very concerning to me when it's that vulnerable group of people who need the services but also need the protection. So again, I want to thank Santa Ana PD and Mercy House for the wraparound services that they're providing. However, I'm very concerned on the calls for service. So it's kind of like when we say up here, well, we need more parks. I love parks in our city, but if you have the homeless and the criminal element living in them and shooting up drugs and committing crime, no, and we don't have enough police officers or security to provide protection for our families, then no, I'm not supportive of that. It's the same thing for this type of housing. It's great that we're providing this and giving vouchers. In my opinion, I'm speaking just for myself. Ms. Garcia, you and I have had conversations about this, and I appreciate you taking time to meet with me about this. But when we're talking about a vulnerable population like this, I would hope that we would take a very strong position on not allowing this type of behavior to occur, because we're really not helping them, we're housing them. We're not helping, we're housing. And so I look forward to hearing from you in the future of what the meetings that you're going to be having. What is the outcome? Is Santa Ana PD still serving search warrants there, or they have to, or is there still the drug use? And what are the property management companies doing to assist? Because how much money do we invest in this?
In this project, it was $1.2 million in home loan agreement, and the project-based vouchers for these 72 units added up to $7.9 million over, I think, a 20-year period.
So what million?
9 million in rental
7.9
assistance.
million.
That's the, we're filling the gap there on the.
So 7.9 million in rental assistance.
Yeah.
Imagine what we could do with that money to help our community. So, Mr. City Manager, I think I've been pretty clear.
So we'll work with city staff to work directly with property management, especially with the Orchard, Heroes Landing, and Casa Querencia, to ensure we minimize the cost for service and any of the drug activity, to make sure it's not just, when we say partnership, this is the whole point of saying a partnership. So we understand what that means. So it's not just the city's responsibility to ensure we provide the assistance, but the property manager we contract with ensures that the services with Mercy House are successful. And so that's what we'll try to mitigate. Thank
That
you.
word partnership is always very interesting, because the city ends up doing most of the work, and so in a lot of different areas. So thank you, Mr. Garcia, again, and Santa Ana PD, thank you for your assistance with that. Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments, Councilmember Becerra, and Mayor for yours as well. When we talk about community partners, I also want to include that we do have the residents come in, have them have ownership. I don't know if we're discussing having meetings as a housing group, so they could have ownership of the place, and they'll support the work that we want to go forward with, and have the meetings, including the police and the department, to make sure we have that trust in there and create a community-like atmosphere, so we're supportive of each other and clean this place up. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One thing I'd like to ask staff, let's show the progress that you guys are going to make. I'd like to see quarterly reports placed on the PD and the Housing Division's webpage, showing what the calls for service are at these units, because I think it's important for folks to know what they're getting into. I think it's also important for us to be able to hold you and the property owner accountable. So I'm going to tell you, when I first opened up this can of worms, oh my God, I did not expect to see the numbers I did. This is awful. So hopefully these numbers are going to improve. Hopefully in collaboration with our PD. I like what Mayor Pro Tem said, engaging the residents. I don't think you're going to do that via Zoom. So I think you're probably going to have to go down there. You're going to have to go in there. But I would like to see on a quarterly basis, I'd like to see the breakdown by month of the calls for service so we can see what progress is being made, if any. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for clarification, I heard you, Mr. Garcia, say you'll be having football parties and parties with them and engage the communities. I did hear you say that.
We wouldn't. It would be something that we would like to recommend.
But we would recommend
to the property managers.
Right. So that would fulfill
like that.
what Mayor Pro Tem's asking for.
But I think what the Mayor Pro Tem is saying is if we could visit, then we could and conduct community meetings and be there to let them know that we're here to serve and to help. And but we would want to put the onus on the property managers that have day-to-day contact, especially Mercy House. So.
And I would say that I agree with you that we can go, however, it's not on us. We're like Mikey, we take on everything, and then we end up paying all the money, like when the city manager talks about a partnership or collaboration. We take the carne asada, the potato salad, the rice, the beans, and you just provide the barbecue pit. That's not a partnership or collaboration. So we need to hold people accountable. So thank you. All right, let's move on to the next item. Okay. Mr. City Manager, you're good, right? Okay, end of business calendar. We're going to recess the City Council meeting and convene to the Housing Authority meeting. We're recessing Council, convening to Housing Authority. I hereby call the Housing Authority meeting to order. Madam Secretary, please conduct the roll call.
Authority Member Becerra.
Here.
Authority Member Hernandez. Authority Member Lopez.
Here.
Authority Member Peñalosa.
Present.
Authority Member Fan.
Here.
Vice Chair Vasquez.
Present.
Chair Mesqua.
Present.
6 members present. That is a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Do we have any speakers for the items within the Housing Authority agenda?
We do not have any speakers in person. We did not receive any emails related to the Housing Authority item. If there is anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak on the Housing Authority items only, please raise your hand. I have one hand. Let me see. Nadia Nelly. Would you like to speak on the Housing Authority agenda?
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi. Good evening, everyone. I've been wanting to speak to you guys. We have the same issues that you guys just spoke about at First Point Apartments. It's located on First Street, 2110 East First Street. The homeless situation has gotten a little bit better, but we're still struggling with many issues in this property. I actually came across a density bonus program packet that they had signed, and they're not complying with the major issue right now is the parking space. We have no parking space, in our community. We have one parking space. We were renting a second parking space behind the abandoned building next to our property for $150 a month. And, July 17th, we got a 2-week notice that's it. As of August 1st, we were not able to use the parking. So we have no parking, and, I already got 3 parking tickets for parking on the street. So can someone help us, please? We're struggling with parking issues, homelessness, the mail room packages being stolen from the mail room. I mean, the property is pretty much open. It's not gated. Management is not doing anything. I don't know what else to do. I contacted housing. I spoke to Mr. Brown, and he said that someone would get back to me, but no one is doing anything. And we're the ones who's struggling with all these issues. Trash everywhere. The dumpsters are being put away every day at 5 o'clock. Weekends we don't have access to them. So I mean, I have pictures of everything. It's just horrible. Situation is horrible, and no one is doing anything about it. Can someone please help us?
Does that conclude your comment, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez, are there any speakers at your location for the Housing Authority?
There are no speakers, clerk.
Thank you. Mayor and City Council, that concludes the public comments for the Housing Authority agenda.
Does any authority member wish to make a motion or second?
I'll make a motion to move the item.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'll second. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
A motion by Authority Member Hernandez, seconded by Chair Amezcua, to approve the recommended actions for consent calendar items 1 through 3. Authority Member Becerra.
Aye.
Authority Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Authority Member Lopez.
Yes.
Authority Member Peñalosa.
Yes.
Authority Member Fan.
Yes.
Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes.
Chair Amezcua.
Yes.
Vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. The Housing Authority meeting is adjourned. We'll reconvene to the City Council meeting at this time. Mr. City Manager, can we please hear your comments at this time?
No comments tonight.
No comments. Okay. Council members, let me start. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much. As many know, I have called on for the Department of Justice to investigate the Police Officer Association for health benefits that we, the city, give to them and give or pay for the benefits. These are public funds that we have, and we had an audit, and it came out that there was $6.5 million in a trust. It's in a trust that had no oversight. Now, it's normal to have $3 to $5 million in a trust of this kind held by the Police Officer Association. It is not normal to have no oversight for over 30 years. These are public resources. These are public funds, and there has been no oversight on these funds. As well, and now we see what happened in the last few days, where the POA went back to the auditor and had the $6.5 million trust fund erased from the audit, and now there's no transparency. And for this, I called the DOJ, especially now, to investigate go back 10 years. There's the monies that we give for health benefits, but we also give police officers 2% for retirement funds, and those are not overseen by anybody. These are public funds, and it is not normal. It is not normal to not have these have oversight by us, the City Council. This has been going on for 30 years, and this is why I'm calling for an audit from the DOJ that goes back 30 years. Now, the reason I'm calling for this is that there is, I find, and the public finds, no trust in the ex-president of the POA, Jerry Serrano, who ran the Police Officer Association for many years. He said he would burn the city down to reach his agenda of getting his retirement funds increased. He went after the jobs of the police chief, not one, two, of city managers. He went after people's jobs to do this. He had a recall. He had an illegal recall of a council member who dared question him. So for this, I am calling the Department of Justice to investigate, because this has been going on for 30 years without any oversight. There was a POA president who said he would burn the city down if he did not reach his agenda. He not only took down the city, but he dragged the police department along with him. So that's why there's a call for Banta to do an investigation. On another note, I want to let the city know that I have been appointed to the Commission to Address Homelessness. I'm a new commissioner for Orange County. And I want to congratulate my niece. I had left the city. I want to congratulate my niece, beautiful Carissa Hernandez. She married a really great man, Christian, that we like. all my family members are in love with this guy. And I also want to congratulate, there's love in the air. My cousin Nico Romero married Julie Alvarez as well. And we're so grateful to have good people joining our family. But my cousin Nico, also a beautiful person. And I'm looking forward this week to the wedding of my niece Alicia Vasquez, who will be marrying Dylan on Friday, and she'll be married here at the Green Parrot. I also, and last and more importantly, I want to congratulate my godson, Max. Now, Max started playing jiu-jitsu. This guy's a brain. He's smart. He's articulate, but he took first place at the San Diego Regional Championships for jiu-jitsu. He had 3 fights and 3 submissions, and he brought home the gold. Congratulations, Max. I love you. Have a good night, Santana.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Penaloza.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank City Manager Alvaro Nunez for his work in the downtown area. I called him on his day off. Poor guy was picking up his dry cleaning and made him come meet me and some residents in the downtown. So thank you for showing up on a whim to address the various issues going on in our downtown. There's a lot of businesses that have closed down, a lot of big brick and mortars that have closed down, and that vacancy is causing a lot of issues in the surrounding area. So I would implore on our police chief and our city manager to continue staying on top of that area and any area in the city that is looking at that vacancy and the blight that comes with it. So thank you, city manager, for your leadership there. And that is it, Madam Mayor. I have no other comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Councilman Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to report that last week, as your director for the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, I hosted a trip to the Hoover Dam and the Colorado River, as well as Copper Basin, and to learn about how water is imported from the Colorado River to Southern California. For those of you who don't know, Metropolitan Water District imports water to 19 million Southern Californians, including here in the city of Santa Ana. But luckily, the city of Santa Ana, thanks to our wonderful Public Works Department and Deputy Director Cesar Barrera, 80% of our water is actually pumped from the wonderful aquifer right underneath us, managed by OCWD, where the mayor sits. And only 20% of our water is imported, which means that we are pretty self-reliant compared to a lot of communities. But it is truly a wonderful thing to be able to host Santa Ana residents so that more people learn about where our water comes from, how water is used, and what is going to happen as the negotiations on the use of water in the Colorado River is ongoing. I also just want to give, not a shout out, but just to raise awareness. Both Madam City Clerk and I are wearing pink today in honor of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. You might not know who's been impacted, but there have been many people in my life who have been. Some I didn't know until much later. And so, cancer is a terrible thing, and just keep your family safe. With that, I will see you at the next council meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So on August 19th, our council approved an agreement with Kaboom to provide updated playground equipment over at Sandpoint Park. That installation is finally happening. So October 11th, which will happen to also be the same day I'm going to be hosting my monthly community office hours. So that'll be office hours at 10 a.m. at Sandpoint Park. And Director Scott, when will the folks be out there beginning the building of the new playground? 8 a.m. So folks will be out there at 8 a.m. I want to thank Kaboom and the Pacific Life Foundations for their contributions towards this project and making parks better in Santa Ana and very importantly in Ward 4. This collaboration is not the first, though. They've done a couple others in Santa Ana. Speaking of improvements in Ward 4, I want to thank Crystal, who took the time to inform me of the need for a new light over on Diamond between Harvard and Camden. And I want to thank Rudy Rosas for making that happen. These are the small things. I say small, but it's an important improvement for that area. It's one single light, but That area was very dark and a lot of activity that was not desirable was happening over there. And hopefully with that light, just a simple improvement of a light, that'll hopefully help make that area that much more safer. And in regards to the call for the Attorney General of the great state of California to take the time to come in and do an audit of many, many years of the POA's Medical Insurance Trust. As Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez admitted in his interview with KCAL 9, he didn't even bother to read the audit before calling for it. The Attorney General's quite busy. I think he's got a lot of other things to do. So you probably should read the stuff before you make the calls. And if you read that, in addition to the MOU, you would see, yes, you are absolutely correct. There weren't audits being done before. There weren't. But the council said we need to have those, right? We need to have those. And so on a 4-3 vote, this council voted to adopt an MOU that had audits in there. Nobody called for the audit. That was a part of the MOU. Nobody overpaid into the trust. Those were funds that were part of the MOU that you, Mayor Pro Tem, voted against. You voted against accountability. You voted against transparency. The audit is already in the MOU. Nobody called for it. Let's be clear. Nobody called for it. It was already being done. And you took an email, you couldn't even bother to read the audit. I came into City Hall, I plopped my butt down here on the 8th floor, and I said, hey, I want to see this audit. And I spoke with professional staff to get an understanding of what the audit meant. In the meantime, you were busy doing interviews on KCAL 9, right? It's frustrating because it's political theater. And you bring up Jerry Serrano. I don't know if you realize it. Maybe you didn't read the website either. He hasn't been the POA president for a very long time. Okay, so I know that probably doesn't help your political narrative for re-election, but so doesn't attacking our cops. So does posting pictures that deface police officer memorials. Those don't help either. So maybe you should stop attacking our cops. Maybe that would help you when it comes to re-election, instead of making up these baseless claims and not doing your homework. Just do your homework, and you would see that what you said was not even necessary. With that, unfortunately, our last council meeting, we didn't have a chance to properly adjourn. And I know it's because we were coming up on our 11 o'clock hour. So I would like to read something for Lydia Salvetta. We adjourned in her memory. And when we conclude that meeting, I wanted to be able to say that, Lydia was a resident of Santa Ana for over 50 years. She was a beloved community leader who dedicated her life to service and civic engagement and the advancement of her community. Every neighborhood has that, that go-to person, the one that people call and they say, oh, she'll fix it. And that was Lydia. Lydia was that for the Republic Homes neighborhood. So much so that she was awarded the Neighborhood Hero Award. And the accolades don't stop there. She was recognized through numerous awards and honors, including proclamations from city leaders, such as when I recognized Lydia back in 2022 for her outstanding contributions to our community. She also received certificates from the State Assembly, State Senate, and the prestigious Athena Award and the National Hispanic Businesswoman Award. She faithfully served as treasurer and later as board director of the Chamber of Commerce, a member of the National Hispanic Business Women Association, chair of the Southland Economic Development Corporation, and vice president and human resources director for the South Coast Commercial Bank. In these roles, Lydia worked tirelessly to strengthen partnerships, promote business growth, and ensure the well-being of her community. Her legacy will live on through the many lives that she touched, the institutions that she strengthened, and the example that she set of what it means to serve with heart. So please keep her family in your prayers. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First, I wanted to request, as is on the agenda, and I did request that we conclude tonight's meeting in honor of Andrea Zinder, a woman who I had the privilege of knowing and who is known to be such a fearless fighter and fought so fiercely for the betterment of our communities. Andrea was compassionate and a fierce labor leader with a commitment to improve the lives of workers. And so for so many of us, this is a devastating loss, an unexpected one. And in her honor, we will continue to champion and fight for better working conditions for all of our workers. I would also like to request that we adjourn formally, include in the minutes the memory of immigrants who have died in immigration detention centers this year. Ismael Ayala Uribe, Jaime Alanis, Roberto Carlos Montoya Valdez, Lorenzo Patres Vargas, Chao Feng Jing, Tin Pan, Isidro Perez, Johnny Noviello, Jesus Molina Vea, Abelardo Avellana Delgado, Marie Blaze, Non Win, Brian Rayo Garzon, Sarah Wheat, Jean, Jenry Reyes Guyen, and so many who have died at the hands of a very violent government. And moving on to other news or other public comments, I do want to clarify that over the years, our city has proudly supported a wide range of cultural events, both within the city and outside of our jurisdiction, including the Tech Festival in Westminster, which we were all at, Orange County Pride in Costa Mesa, which I have proudly supported and attended, the Anaheim Black History Parade, which I've personally had the honor of joining for consecutive years in a row now, alongside other members of this council. And so these events really reflect the diversity that exists in our city and our community abroad, and they are meaningful to our residents. And I know that not everybody values diversity. And I think that's a real shame, because I get to hear directly from my constituents when they see me at these events, when they themselves are there, and they thank me for being there. And so, you know, I think that when council members support events that celebrate other communities, I personally think that that is a good thing. I mean, that's the work that the 2021 City Council took on here, trying to provide more culturally relevant events for our own communities that had not seen themselves represented or reflected on this dais. And so I don't necessarily understand why there is a double standard now when I extend that same support to the Muslim, Arab, and Palestinian community. Now that wants to be questioned. And I just want to also clarify that as a standard practice, city staff oversee these requests, and ultimately they get to have a final say in whether a nonprofit qualifies or doesn't qualify with our internal policies. And I just want to also be very clear that my commitment to inclusion isn't going to be selective. Ward 3 is home to many residents from these communities, whether people realize that or not. And my office is always going to support these communities, just as we do with all diverse residents from Ward 3 and the broader city. And so I want to thank all of the Santa Ana residents, actually, that were at the Little Arabia event. I think that their presence there is a reminder, not just for myself, but for other people, that we are stronger. It is my personal and professional belief that we are stronger when we honor all of our cultures, not just the ones that make some people comfortable. And that we as residents don't just stay in our city, we go wherever we want and really wherever we see ourselves reflected. And so I thought that it would be important to provide clarity to that internal process that currently exists and that all of us have abided by. Moving on, I do, on a much brighter note, want to share that my office has worked extremely hard to keep our parks and trails clean with the support of OC Habitats. And I'm really thrilled to share that with my colleagues, city staff, and the community abroad, that thanks to the work of my office in partnership with OC Habitats and our incredible volunteers that get up early on the weekends or during the week to come help us clean the creek or the park, the city of Santa Ana has earned the Clean California Communities designation from Caltrans, which was an initiative that got started, that was rolled out by the state and the governor's office a couple of years ago. And so this recognition really is a testament to the dedication of our community in reducing litter, enhancing public spaces, and inspiring pride in our neighborhoods. I want to congratulate all of the residents that have taken time to help our team, pick up trash from our creek, from our park, all the local organizations, the volunteers, and the partners whose teamwork and commitment has made this achievement possible. If I'm not mistaken, only 3 cities in Orange County received or earned this recognition. Irvine and Anaheim, I believe, are the other 2 cities. And so we're really proud of our work, and we want to thank the Public Works Department as well for supporting those efforts, and the city manager's office. And we look forward to celebrating this milestone with you soon as the city receives the plaque that they're going to be sending us. I also just lastly want to encourage everyone to attend the 10th annual Taste of Santa Ana. Come check out our eateries, and beyond the event, please support our downtown area and our small businesses throughout the entire city. They're one of the reasons our city is so beloved. People really look forward to the authentic dishes, the tastiness of the dishes, and it's one of the reasons why people move to our city. So shop local and support your local businesses. Thank you and have a good night, everybody.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez, please.
I want to thank members of the public who came to today's meeting, as well as our city staff, for preparing a balanced agenda. I really want to highlight the phenomenal work that has been happening across our city. We recently had 2 exciting library expansions at Delhi and one at Jerome Park as well. So I want to thank our library director and Parks and Rec for doing such a fantastic job. My office has done our due diligence to make sure that these places are respected, that they're activated by residents, and they are. I'm really impressed with how residents of Jerome are respecting these new amenities. It's immensely clean and it's always utilized, and that's what we want to see more of. So for residents who live in that community, please continue to take care of your new amenities. This upcoming weekend, we have an OCFA open house at Station 75 at 120 West Walnut Avenue. We invite members of the community to come on out. This is in the Casa Bonita neighborhood. We also have the 10th annual Taste of Santa Ana at the Main Place Mall. And Willard Neighborhood Association is hosting a trunk or treat, which I'm very excited to be a part of. And this is going to be for this upcoming Saturday. So for residents in the Willard community, please come on out. We invite you to come out, whether you have a costume or not. We're going to have some candy to give away to your family. And lastly, I just want to thank the residents of our community for being engaged in our city council meeting. You all have a wonderful night. Take care.
Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. Okay, before I get into our recent community highlights, I want to start with something that's at the core of this council and public service in general: integrity. Everyone on this dais, including myself, holds a responsibility to lead with honesty and accountability. That means speaking the truth, whether that is in person, in print, or on social media. We were elected to serve our residents, not to be self-serving. And that means we must hold ourselves accountable for our words and our actions. No campaign race, no headline, and no number of social media likes are ever worth losing the trust of the people who put their faith in us. Unfortunately, I must address a serious matter. This whole CDSS grant keeps coming up. It's like they don't want to let it die because apparently there was money given back. A false and misleading statement was printed in a councilwoman's recent newsletter claiming that I, the mayor, along with the city manager, returned $6.9 million of a state grant. That is simply not true. I cannot do that. It's an administrative job duty. It's not mine as the mayor. That is true. That is factual. That is simply not true. In fact, we addressed this directly from the dais on September 16th, prior to that newsletter being released on September 30th. Despite knowing the truth, the councilwoman still chose to spread misinformation to our residents. Disagreements are part of democracy, and as we can see what's happening right now in our country, there's a lot of disagreements going on, and some people are actually mean and terrible and vile and just hateful. But spreading deliberate falsehoods is not. It undermines public trust, it disrespects this office, and ultimately harms the very community we are here to serve. We have a city manager that's been here for 18 months, and this is my comments, not his, so I want to be very clear on that. In the 18 months that he's been here with his team, he has been able to accomplish things that have been sitting on the shelf for 10, 15, 20, 30 years. He works with all 7 of us, not one. He doesn't favor one of us over the other, so I want to be really clear about that. But let me end this on a note of optimism and purpose. I believe the people of Santa Ana know the truth. that the majority of us are up here on this dais. We believe in honest leadership, in working together, and in the power of community trust. We serve with heart, integrity, and truth because that is what our residents deserve, each and every one of them, and a good quality of life. And with that, I want to say, when grants come before us as the council, we should stop, think, and ask better questions. Because as Councilmember Fan said, this item, the CDSS grant, came before us with a one-page staff report. 1 page. I guess we should have caught it. So we did it, and it went through. And this didn't even come up during the budget. If it was so important, then someone on this council should have made a statement during the budget saying, hey, we have the $6.9 million. We're going to have to create a whole new division in order to implement this grant, and we need to put this in our budget. And nobody brought that up. So was it that important? And children are very important to me personally. I sat on the school board for 8 years, did a lot of work there, and I'm very proud of what I accomplished there and the legacy that I left there with the wellness centers and the family and community engagement staff. So I want to be really clear, when we talk about things up here or when we make accusations, we're going to call it out for what it is. Because it was stated that Santa Ana Unified could not apply. However, if I go back 3 years, I could see Fresno Unified, Santa Barbara, Waterford Unified, Baldwin Park Unified, let me see, Savannah School District, Riverside County Superintendent of Schools, Los Angeles Unified, Madera County Superintendent of Schools, Merced County Superintendent of Schools, Nevada County Office of Ed, Bellevue Unified School, and the list goes on and on and on school districts that apply for the CDSS grant. You do not see cities in here unless I'm missing them. So I want to put this to rest because, again, it was a very bold move by the city manager and the city staff, whether it's Kat, to say, we can't do this. We don't have the financial ability. We don't have the bandwidth to create a whole new department. So I just wanted to make my statement very clear because I get phone calls from different blogs and different people who want to find something, the gotcha. Oh my goodness, the mayor doesn't care about kids. And when a newsletter goes out to however many people that says the mayor and city manager returned $6.9 million or $7 million. You know, I never saw that with the previous city manager. I personally never attacked the previous city manager like that in public because I don't think it's a professional thing to do. If I disagree, I'm going to do it in private because that's what adults do and that's what we do as professionals. So when you send out a newsletter accusing, and again, this is me, this is not the city manager making these comments, this is me as the mayor. When you send out a newsletter to people saying the city manager and mayor returned $7 million, that's false statements. It's bold lies, bold. So I want to be really clear about that today. And there's been some very interesting things that happened tonight, and this is one of them because I'm going to put it to bed. I'm not answering any news media questions. I'm not going to answer phone calls about this. I'm going to talk to people about this because all they have to do is watch the council meetings and listen, and they will hear. So when people say, well, the mayor doesn't care about children, that is not true. What the mayor does care about is the financial stability of this city. We are going to sunset in a few years, Measure X. We're going to be having a whole different conversation up here. And come January, I believe Mr. City Manager will be meeting and discussing how are we going to generate revenue? How are we going to protect our city from having to experience what other cities around us may be experiencing, like bankruptcy? We are responsible up here to look at every single penny. And so what I would recommend to the council members that are up here and that have questions is dig deep into the grants, ask questions, ask a lot of questions. So when it comes before us, we're not having this discussion and we're not being falsely accused. And it is political season. It always has been for the 3 years I've been sitting here. It's been a political attack on me because I'm not supposed to be here, somebody else is. And I don't believe in certain things the way other people do. And I'm with Councilman Becerra that Jerry Serrano's been gone a long time. He lives in people's mind like the boogeyman for free. And that is absolutely ridiculous. For the first time in a long time in this city, the city manager, the police chief, POA, and everybody gets along. And what people want is chaos because they thrive off of that, and it makes the community think about what's really happening. Oh my God, all this chisme, all this gossip. You know what's happening? Is things are getting done. And you saw it tonight. When you hear Mike Garcia talk about how Santa Ana Police Department is working with him and his staff to address these issues where the most vulnerable live, yeah, let's give a round of applause. So we can go on, but I just want to be really clear that people sit up here and say, don't pick on me, I get bullied, I'm being mean, you're mean, the boys up here are mean, or the men, excuse me, are mean. Guess what? Don't lie. Don't lie. I do not have the authority to return $6.9 million. And Mr. City Manager, at some point I want to know who's responsible for that grant. Who was responsible that did not discuss it with the city staff, city leadership, and the finance department, to say, hey, why do we have this? And what are we going to do with it? And is it a disaster for us? Who? And you don't have to tell me. I don't want to know. That's your business because city staff work for you. They don't work for us. The only three people that work for us up here is you, the city attorney, and the city clerk. That's it. Everybody else works for you. I've said it 3 times tonight. This is a city manager-led city. So I just want to be very clear about the newsletter that was sent out. It was false and it was dishonest, and it says a lot about the person who sent it out. So with that, on a positive note, I will close.
It wasn't me.
Excuse me? We had Classics with Santa Ana PD Car Show for the very first time. Thank you, Chief, and the police department and everybody who helped with that and all the car clubs that came out and the vendors and the food and the live music and Ishmael and everybody who worked together. It was wonderful. We had a big, Councilman Becerra, Councilman Penalosa, and myself. We donated some of our funds to this, and so thank you so very much for everybody who made this happen. This weekend on Saturday, I'm having my 3rd annual Influence Her Girls Conference. There are only 10 spots left, which is wonderful. I can tell you by probably Thursday, we'll be at full capacity. Thank you, Santa Ana College and Girls Inc., and to Claudia, my chief of staff, for always making this such a great experience for our girls. And finally, actually 2. Coffee with the Mayor on October 18th at the Delhi Community Center. Rudy, I'd like us to talk about the First Street project at that meeting. And then PD can go over what they're doing with our homeless and cult again. And I want to thank all the city staff that's always there to answer questions, whether it's the police chief or the deputy chiefs and all the staff that come out. And finally, Santa Ana PD is having their Trunk or Treat on October 16th. And that is always the best event. I don't know, 5,000 people come. There's so much candy. You have to fill your cars up with tons of candy. The kids come dressed. It is absolutely wonderful. So I hope to see all of you on October 16th for Trunk or Treat. And the holidays are fast approaching. And as stated earlier on the agenda, it is here to close in honor of memory of Andrea Zinder. She's an amazing woman, did a lot of great work. And she will be missed by many, and so I'd like to officially close the meeting in her honor, and this meeting is adjourned.